order. We'll go ahead and get started with just some of the procedural business. So we'll start off with a roll call. So we'll go through that right now. Kome Jise. Here. Rashidi Barnes. Here. Alex Balkaman. Sharon Cooney.
Here.
Ian Griffiths. Here. Amy Hance.
Here.
James Lindsay. Eli Littman. Juan Matute. Kate Miller.
Here. Right here.
Laurel Molina.
Here.
Seamus Murphy. Here. Laura Paget Seekins.
Here.
Michael Pimentel. Here. Bob Powers. Carl Sidor. Here. David Sforza. Tony Tavares. Laura Tokoff.
Here.
Michael Turner. Here. Terry Watkins.
Here.
Mark Watts. Melissa White. And Jim Wonderman. Here. Great, we have a quorum. So at this point, we have one order of business to actually vote on as a group today. So we will be voting to approve the minutes from the first and second meetings. Hopefully, everyone's had a chance to review those materials that went out. So we'll go ahead and ask for an aye vote from each of you on that. So we'll go around.
Mark, before we get started, I noticed that some folks, their microphones is not working. The green light has to be on their microphone for it to work.
Great, yeah, thank you for that. All right, so we will, can I get a motion to approve the minutes from the first and second meeting?
So moved.
Great, so we will go around. We got a motion by Sharon Cooney, second by Kome Jise. Rashidi Barnes. Aye. Barnes, aye. Alex Balkaman.
Aye.
Balkaman, aye. Ian Griffiths. Aye. Amy Hance.
Aye.
Aye. Eli Littman.
Aye.
And then aye. Juan Matute.
Aye.
Aye. Kate Miller.
Aye.
Miller, aye. Laurel Molina.
Aye.
Molina, aye. Seamus Murphy. Aye. Murphy, aye. Laura Paget Seekins.
Aye.
Seekins, aye. Michael Pimentel. Pimentel, aye. Carl Sidor.
Aye.
Sidor, aye. Laura Tokoff.
Aye.
Tokoff, aye. Michael Turner. Aye. Turner, aye. Terry Watkins.
Aye.
Watkins, aye. Jim Wonderman.
Aye.
Wonderman, aye. All right, motion is approved. Well, great. So now we are kind of past our just technical orders of business. So really appreciate everyone being here today. I just want to do a quick reminder, and I guess I should introduce myself. Mark Tolson, the Undersecretary here at California State Transportation Agency. We just want to do a quick reminder for why we're all gathered here today. So this is our third meeting. And really what we're hoping to do is kind of facilitate a transformational increase in ridership in California and talk about how we go about getting there. The first couple of meetings have been more stage setting. This meeting will be a little more of the same, but ultimately building towards how do we, kind of finalize and strategize and develop those goals that will ultimately be in our report that will be issued next fall. So we do have a special guest with us today. So I do want to take a moment to turn it over to Secretary Omashakian to make some opening remarks.
Call me a special guest. Wow.
Special guest.
Thanks, Mr. Undersecretary. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Hope everybody's doing very well. I'm excited and thrilled to get this chance to be with all of you because It's the third meeting. I got a chance to be on with everybody for the first meeting virtually. I can't remember exactly where I was, but I got a chance to hear a lot of the remarks from most of you in the room. And the second meeting, I could not join you, not exactly sure where I was, but thrilled at this opportunity to hear from you all, the leaders, the experts on many fronts in transit for our state. Thrilled to get a chance to have a back and forth with all of you. So I've got two main points that I want to share, two main things that I want to cover. But before I get to those things, I want to start off with number one, some thanks to all of you. The thanks for not just taking the time to do this. I'm sure most of you know, as Mark and Chad have mentioned, we're probably going to be 10 total meetings for this effort before we are scheduled to get a report to the state legislature in October of 2025. So a total of 10 discussions. That's going to require a lot of time from all of you. Just like today, some of you have come all the way from Northern California, northern part of the state, all the way, further south we can go in the state. So thank you, is the big thing, number one, for taking the time to be a part of 10 meetings that are going to help us with this legislative statewide requirement. But beyond the thanks for what you're doing for this task force and for state and this effort, I want to thank you as well for the transit work that you're leading us on. I say many of you in the room are principal level or deputy principal level folks in your agency. And when I think about where we were just 2 years ago as it relates to transit in the state, we were in pretty bad shape. We were going through some really, really, really tough times. And a lot of states can't reference numbers that many of you in this room can reference today about how far we've come. From a financial standpoint, from a ridership standpoint, we've come a long way in just 2 years since COVID supposedly, not supposedly, most of us agree, COVID was disappeared. So thank you. It's the big thing there. Not just for the work of this task force, but for what we've done to get transit back to where it is. We're not where we need to be, but boy, it's a big deal to be. Some people, I'm going to point out names or mention agencies, but you're above COVID, pre-COVID numbers. Some entities are above that. That's impressive that we've been able to do that. So thank you all around for the work on this, and also the work just to get your organizations back to where transit ridership and your organizations back to where it should be. Number two thing I wanted to cover. Oh yeah. It's just generally the expectations for this work. The expectations. I'll tell you a couple of stories just as of last week. On Monday, I was at USC speaking to some graduate students in the planning school. And one of the students, after some short remarks I made, one of the students raised his hand because he saw this organization listed in some of the things that I covered. And he said, so the state usually has all these different kinds of committees and task force it creates all the time. So is this just another one of those things that you guys are just gonna say TTTF and just, slap a name on a report and send it to the legislature? And I said, definitely not. Definitely not. The expectations of this task force is to help us get towards that transformative future that we want to see for transit in the state. This is not just another committee that we're just going to put another report together, goes to the legislature and the system. That is not what this is about. And he was surprised because he's a student, a USC student, a grad student that pays a lot of attention to what happened in the state government, and he hadn't seen a lot from us on the transportation from this sense. He said, oh, a bunch of reports, but nothing. Not going to be the case with this. I highlighted the word transformative for him as I was explaining this to him and his program. Fast forward 3 or 4 days later, I'm meeting with a senator from down this way, from Southern California. When I say what she wanted to talk about, you would know exactly what I'm referencing. It was about LoSAN. So you would know who I was meeting with, the LoSAN Corps. And she said, yeah, I heard you were going to be in San Diego on Monday, and that you may be visiting in LoSAN Corps while you're there. But all that task force deal, what are they really going to be doing? Almost similar to what the USC student was asking. So what is this task force? I said, I can promise you, it's not just going to be another report to you at the state legislature. We're going to put some concrete, tangible things in this report that will hopefully, for 5 to 10 years after the task force is over, is making transformation happen in transit. She said, okay, Mr. Secretary, that sounds good. Tell me an example. Give me an example of something that can come of this. And I noted Cal ITP just as an example, like how we can make sure that transit is more connected throughout the state. All of us in this room, we've done the Asia, we've done the Europe travel, where when you go, you don't need to be sitting at a kiosk trying to get a car. Cell phone, tap and go everywhere. Like, how can we get there as a state? As an example of how a recommendation around technology can be transformative in connecting all of our transit systems. Okay. So number 2 is the expectations from us. You're not aware, people are watching. They're significant. Not just another report. Third and final. The Undersecretary mentioned it already. It's how we get from sort of the phase of diagnosing the challenges we have to actually designing what we want to see in the future. I know the first couple of meetings here, there's been a lot of discussion and setting the table, as you stated, but we've got to get from the diagnostic phase to the design phase of what we need for transit. What the future of transit should be in the state. You know, what customers are going to be expecting from transit providers in our state. So I'm looking forward to seeing that design phase happen. I know that diagnostic stuff is important to see where the problems are, where the challenges lie, but also you got to get to the tangible stuff of like, here's the future that we want to design. Here's the future that we want to see. So I'm looking forward to hearing that. I know we will keep the core 4. Everybody knows the core 4. We will keep that at the center of a lot of these recommendations that we are hoping to make. So with that, again, I can't thank you guys enough. All of you leaders in the room. Really appreciate you taking the time to have 10 meetings for this task force and the legislature, the governor, and do some people in the state are watching. And I'm looking forward to seeing what you're going to make. So thank you.
Great, well, appreciate those words from our secretary, really setting the stage for what we're trying to do here. And I think one of the points that you brought up is really important here. And I think there are probably a number of the folks around the table, here have wondered, really kind of, is this report, is this group going to have, kind of, is there going to be some momentum to truly, make this, kind of transformational work? Absolutely, yes. And that's why, we have this group here. One of the things that I did want to just comment on before we get started is that, while we at CalSTA are chairing this group, really, it is about the task force as a whole, us collectively coming up with the ideas. That's why we have the experts around the table to help guide this process. So yes, we are chairing, but this isn't just a CalSTA product. This is a product of all of us. So just really wanted to make sure that that's clear here today. And then one of the other pieces, and you'll see this kind of today throughout the rest of our meetings, is that we are going to really hear from the group, have robust discussion. We do have a couple of our task force or technical working group members here today that will be guiding some of our presentations. So did want to kind of speak to that a little bit. So we'll actually have Eric Sundquist, who is our Deputy Director for Sustainability at Caltrans, lead our discussion about transit availability. We have a couple of our technical working group members, sitting across from me here. So Mike Costa will be, who's from Placer County TPA, will be discussing goals and metrics. Then we have Michael Eschwin from AC Transit to discuss what needs, or what we need to really help us meet our transit goals. So that'll be a really robust discussion later on today. So I did just want to recognize that this is, beyond just CalSTA. This is really about all of us collectively kind of building towards those recommendations and those reports. So with that, I will actually be pausing for a moment. I know that a number of you probably were able to join the ride along that was organized earlier today. So Circulate San Diego was able to help do that. I did want to at least carve out a little bit of space. I'd like to call up Jeremy Bloom to just give a couple minutes of public comment here before we dive into the agenda.
Test, yes, thank you, sir. Excellent, thank you so much. Good morning, task force members, and welcome to San Diego. And I just want to thank everyone who joined us this morning, joined advocates this morning on a tour of the Blue Line trolley. My name is Jeremy Bloom. I'm the COO at Circulate San Diego. Our mission is to create excellent mobility choices in vibrant and healthy neighborhoods. I'm here to emphasize the critical importance of investing in public transit operations, specifically optimizing bus service to meet the needs of current and future transit riders. In 2022, we published the Fast Bus Report, highlighting the necessity of prioritizing efficiency and reliability in our bus service by implementing cost-effective strategies such as dedicated bus lanes, signal prioritization, all-door boarding, and bus stop balancing. We can significantly improve the speed and reliability of our bus network, making it a more attractive option for all riders. It is essential to focus on the needs of current transit riders, ensuring that their commute is efficient and reliable. And by doing so, we not only enhance the overall transit experience, but also foster a more sustainable and equitable transportation system for all our communities. I urge this committee, when putting together their final report, prioritize investment that will enhance the quality of bus service, benefiting current transit riders and encouraging others to choose public transit as a preferred mode of transportation. Thank you again for joining us this morning, and welcome to San Diego.
Great, thanks, Jeremy. Appreciate the comments there. Also, let's go ahead and start to dive into our agenda. We'll give a quick overview of what we can expect today. I know the font's a little tiny here, so hope folks can see that, or if you have papers in front of you. But a couple of things that we're going to focus on today is really walking through kind of the importance of transit availability, its current state, particularly as it compares to the single occupancy vehicle. So first, anytime that we're talking about transit, one, we want to make sure it's available, and then two, will people actually take that ride? So we will be talking about what's needed in terms of the availability and how do we define availability. So I think that's going to be a really important discussion that we dive into. Next, we'll get into goals and metrics around how do we make transit become that mode of choice? Again, how do we make it competitive with the single occupancy vehicle? I just, we'll talk about my kind of experience getting here today, which actually was extremely smooth. And I think part of that was because of the frequencies that were available, taking the bus, from the airport, catching the trolley, taking the Blue Line, down here, 2-minute walk to the building here. Really convenient. But at the same time, it does kind of create some of that anxiety where, I have a really tight window to get here, and will transit be available? And thank you again for the headways that we had, but will that get me from point A to point B in the time that I need? Versus coming out of the airport, the signage for Uber and Lyft, very apparent. Go across the way, catch your single occupancy vehicle. Some of the wayfinding for the actual bus stop a little more challenging. So I mean, those are things that hopefully we can work through as a group here, how to improve that. But the availability is going to be key. The goals and metrics of how we get there, how that varies by geography, mode, trip length. How do we set those thresholds So hopefully we'll be able to align on that today. Then we'll end up having a short break for lunch, about 30 minutes, and then we'll resume and then dive into some of those direct and indirect changes that are required to reach those goals and metrics we just discussed. And then today we'll go ahead and close out with how the outcomes from today's discussion will really drive our future work. How will that, kind of work towards the analysis that we need to do? Some of the work that our technical working group will be diving into those subsequent meetings. So I'm really kind of excited to get into the meat of the agenda. And then I will just note that we'll have public comments after each of our items. So we'd love to kind of hear from the public and those who are online as well. One thing just to note that as we are discussing today, just make sure that you announce your name and your organization before you provide comment, just so everyone who's not in the room is very clear on who's discussing or who's talking. So let's go ahead and go to our next slide. So this talks a little bit about kind of where we are. As the secretary and I have explained, these first 3 meetings are really more about kind of setting the stage to where we need to go. So we're in this third bucket here. How would this customer experience need to change to meet the state's goals? And one of the things that I'd like to ask you all today is, I know we all represent various agencies, but really kind of put yourself in kind of the mode of the customer. Kind of frame your comments as, not from your agency, but from the customer perspective. That's going to be really key as we dive into the work today. And then want to make sure that, as the secretary mentioned, our core 4 kind of stay kind of embedded in everything that we're doing here. But really want us to focus on, equity, want that to be embedded throughout, from all of our discussion. Just to think about how kind of service, should be provided regardless of if you're, a choice rider or if you're transit dependent. Let's just make sure that that is a kind of through line of what we're talking about today. So let's go to our next slide. So this talks a little bit about what we want to achieve, in the time that we have today. And thank you for dedicating a big chunk out of all of your days. I know our last couple meetings were only 2 hours. This meeting is going to be 4 hours, so it's going to be a lot of content to get through. So the other thing that I would just say is that if you do need to step away at any point, please do so. We have waters over here. But we really want to make sure that we're having a robust discussion and want engagement from all of you. So as we discussed in some of the prior meetings, we are really looking at those aspirational ridership goals. We talked about how we really kind of in isolation, if we're talking just about transit, we'll need that kind of 4 to 6x growth in ridership and in service levels. We know that each region is going to look a little differently. That's going to be based on a number of factors, supply and demand. But we really want to make sure that we can talk about those needs. And kind of as the overview kind of shows here, it really is going to get into kind of that customer experience, the availability, and those performance thresholds that we want to drive toward. We want to prioritize their goals and those ranges of service. So we'll get to those numbers as a group, thinking about reliability, speed, safety, a number of different topics. And then I also just want to make sure that as we close, we're thinking about kind of where we want to go as a group. After we've really defined availability, the goals and metrics, what's needed, where do we go from here? So we'll have a little bit of a discussion at the end. And again, just want to remind folks that we will, at this stage, really push for kind of transformational ideas, not just business as usual. Obviously, as we move forward, we'll have to get into what's realistic, what we actually can afford to do. But at this stage, let's be bold, let's be transformational, and let's really think about what the future of transit could look like. So with that, and I apologize, I actually realized that Eric Sundquist will not be joining us this morning, but Michael Eshelman will be taking us through our first set of slides in our business today. So I would like to turn it over to Michael Eshelman to lead us in our first area of discussion.
Thanks so much, Mark. It's not the first time I've been confused with Eric. I'm honored to be here today. Once again, I'm Michael Wasserman. I work for AC Transit as the service planning manager. And also just a little bit more background. I actually grew up about a mile away from here. Played Little League at Presidio Little League across the gate and graduated from Winona High, Winona. And also before I was at AC Transit, I worked at Samtrans. And before that, I actually worked for a small consulting firm. That we did a lot of work with small transit agencies, anything from a 2-bus dial ride in Oregon, California, up to Reading. We work from Imperial to Siskiyou counties, so I have a lot of experience, with a lot of different properties, a lot of different operating environments, and I understand the difference in challenges that all these different operators face, all these different communities face in providing high quality, reliable, equitable transit service. So it's really exciting to be here today, and I'm going to walk you through our availability section. Thank you. So availability in California and availability related goals are really kind of the key thing that we talked about in the transit working group. And what we really kind of got to the core of the matter is, in order to be able to consider taking public transit, it needs to be available. Like at a basic level, when you talk about span, frequency, all that stuff, the bus needs to be there as the first hump to get over when you're talking about availability and talking about it being part of your consideration set. So what we're going to go through today is just the state of transit availability in the state of California. And we're going to provide a specific example looking at San Diego in particular, imagining if your trip started here. We're going to review the components of availability and how we define availability. And we're going to discuss what levels of transit availability are needed across the state to achieve transformational increase in ridership. So here we're just going to go over availability in general. I'm going to say availability a lot in this section. So transit really is not in most California residents' consideration set for the main reason that it's not always available. It's not really a viable option in a lot of cases, and we'll look at an example in a minute. It's difficult to consider taking transit if it's just not available. So when you're thinking about taking transit, if it is there, are you aware of the options? Are you aware of which options are available to you? Which transit operators are operating in the area where you live or work or where you want to go? Can you find it? Can you use it? And if you could, would you choose to use it? Is it competitive with the other modes that you maybe have access to for that particular trip? We're going to talk a little bit about the elements of availability. So when we're thinking about it, we want to think about how it connects origins. Does it go where you want? Does it have connections to other regional transit providers? And is there a cohesive network available to you to allow you to make the trips that you want to make? Sorry, lost my voice. So, well, we're going to provide an example that anchors on jobs as an illustration. We also just want to be thinking about availability not only for our job destinations, so where you work, but also all the other destinations. I know at AC Transit in particular, we've seen a really huge increase in weekend ridership, which points to the fact that people are using transit for a lot more than just their commute. We have a really commute heavy service. Ridership on that service has not returned at the robust levels. Maybe some of the other lines that provide core service to a lot of different destinations is provided. We've seen that. I know I see Seamus here. I've seen your weekend ridership is fantastic. And it's going to be, I think, of a lot of operators in the Bay Area. And that really shows that people are using transit for different things, especially if they're not going into the office every day. We also want to just make sure that you understand that this is a critical first step. The transit can't be considered unless it's available. And so that's really one of the big things that we talked about within the transit working group is how do we get over that initial hump. And so only once transit enters your consideration set will you start to consider all the other factors that decide whether you actually choose it to make the trips that you want to make. And we're going to cover those choices in this section. Next slide. So what we found a lot, and this map kind of illustrates it, and I'll walk you through it, is that even when transit is available, it's not always competitive with the other modes that are available to you. Cars are generally faster and can reach more destinations. A car is kind of a wonderful tool that can get you from anywhere to anywhere, the way that a lot of our metro areas are set up and a lot of our rural and suburban areas are set up. So what this map represents is job destinations that can be reached within 1 hour from a central location, in this case, this location, via transit and via auto. So you have the darker splotch is what you can do within an hour on public transit. And the light blue, that kind of looks like the ocean, but is actually the land, is what you can get to within 1 hour on in a car. So you can get to 3 to 4 times more job destinations via car than via transit. So there's about 440,000 jobs that you can access by transit from this location within 60 minutes. But you can get to 1.4 million jobs within 60 minutes via car. I also just want to note that this contrast will be even starker in other areas because this particular area, as you mentioned, there's a trolley stop 2 minutes away. There's fantastic bus service, and this is a rich transit environment to do this particular modeling exercise. You can get on the trolley, the coaster, and all the bus lines. I also just want to note that the access ratios between transit and the car have been analyzed for additional destinations in addition to jobs. We looked at schools, healthcare facilities, as well as grocery access. Across all counties and destinations that were analyzed, transit currently reaches no more than a quarter of the same destinations as the car within the same time frame. And those results are on the SB 125 website. Next slide. So, and this is consistent across all of California, but transit availability to jobs is low. And an example here is once again San Diego County. So in San Diego, if you look across 3 different time frames, we have on the left 45 minutes, in the middle is 60 minutes, and on the right is 90 minutes. Within 45 minutes, most San Diego residents have access to less than 1% of regional jobs with a maximum of 10%. Within an hour, that max actually grows to about 40%. And then within 90 minutes, that access can get above 40%. But 90 minutes for a one-way trip to whatever you're trying to access is a lot to ask of someone when you're asking them to make the choice to use transit for that particular trip. Next slide. So these are the questions that we're going to focus on in this section, and they're going to be the focus of the upcoming discussion. There will be a chance to share responses and thoughts among the group. So what does transit availability need to be in California to achieve a transformational increase in ridership in 2045? And how might this vary across California and all the wide variety of communities, counties, regions that comprise California? Next slide. So the TWG, the TTTF, TWG has been asked to define availability and keep customer expectations in mind. So there's 3 or 4 key components to availability that we looked at. So the first is the number and type of destinations that are available via transit. And just to kind of hammer this point home, that's more than just jobs. So that's schools, religious facilities, recreation, groceries, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The second is distance to and from a transit stop. So how much work do you need to do to get on the bus or the train or the ferry? How many hours in a day and days in a week is the service provided? And within that, there are more components to that, including frequency, those sorts of things that we'll talk about a little bit later. And then also, do you understand the transit options available to you? Are they legible? Can you make sense of them? Is there too much of a barrier to entry to even using transit in the first place? So defining availability and all the subsequent goals and metrics are going to allow us to think about how we can take an equitable approach throughout the work that this really great group is doing. Next slide. So one potential definition that was proposed by the Transit Working Group for availability is the percent of destinations in an area that are accessible by transit for average residents and members of disadvantaged communities in the same amount of time as a car. So if you can get, we want you to be able to get with, if you can get someplace in an hour in a car, can you do that same trip on the bus or on the train? So some of the examples are where you work, where you live, where you learn, where you relax, where you practice your religion, and also where you carry out your basic needs. So are all these destinations considered equal when we're making decisions about how we set up our transit systems, how we fund our transit systems? and how people use those transit systems. Are they equal? Are they different? Should transit take people to all of them? And if not, which ones should we take them to? And how should we make decisions about which places people can access by transit? I really want to highlight the most important destinations are going to look different based on the geography that you're in. So the destinations you're trying to look for in Tulare County are going to be a lot different than the destinations you're looking for in LA or San Francisco or Alameda County, right? And I want you to think about, just for the upcoming discussion, what changes that you would make to the destinations that you're considering. Next slide. So here's some example metrics and thresholds suggested by the Transit Working Group. In the urban setting, customers should expect 70 to 100% of destinations accessible by transit in the same time as a car. In the suburban setting, 50 to 60% of those destinations that are accessible by car within an hour should be accessible by transit at the same amount of time. And in exurban, there's 25 to 40% should be expected to be available with fixed route service, but we added a little wrinkle here talking about demand response. So it's a demand response service is a really great tool to use when you have lower population densities, and it can cover a wider area and make trips more available to folks on a more on-demand basis. So customer expectations of availability really need to be centered around the availability of data at the county level. And in certain regions, thresholds might achieve more than a 4 to 6 times increase in ridership in that particular area. So if you make fundamental change in an area that doesn't have a lot of ridership, you can really get a lot of bang for the buck in terms of additional ridership in that particular area. And we really want this task force to consider in the upcoming discussion what you would change about these metrics and thresholds. So the TWG has put out some thresholds and metrics. Do you think we're right? Do you think we're wrong? How do you want to change them? What do you think about them? Next slide. So a really key component of availability is also the distance that residents live from transit stops. So the proposed definition from the TWG is the percent of residents who live within a certain time or distance of a transit stop. And that definition may include how residents reach those transit stops. Are you walking, biking, rolling, strolling? We also want to highlight that there was consensus across geographies that to reach transformative ridership increases, anywhere from 90 to 100% in urban areas, 75 to 100% in suburban areas, and 80 to 90% in exurban areas. The customers need to be able to live within 10 minutes or about a half a mile walk from fixed route transit. In exurban communities, just talking about this demand response service style again, communities that don't have fixed route service, 95% to 100% of residents should live within 20 minutes of access to demand response. And I really want the group to think about what you think about these thresholds and metrics and how you would change them. Are they realistic? Are they not aggressive enough? So just think about that for the upcoming discussion. Next slide. So I want to talk a little bit about these transit agencies up here. These are best in class examples. So the availability goals and outcomes of transit agencies in places with high levels of transit ridership. And I want to just pause for a second and talk about Stockholm syndrome for a little bit. So we as a transit agency, when we got into the transit working group or the technical working group, were really hung up on all the things that would get in the way of the customer experiencing high quality, available, equitable transit. So we're talking about funding for zero emission buses, things like that. But what we needed to do is kind of switch it off. What are the agencies, what do the properties do that really have large, that have really rich transit available to them? And how did they do it? So, and it's usually not one thing, there's a lot of different things. So it's really helpful. It seems pie in the sky to maybe consider looking at California now, looking at London or looking at Singapore or looking at Hong Kong in terms of what they do for ridership. But I think we can get there, especially if we stop trying to put artificial blocks in our way before we even get out of the starting gate, right? So a lot of the geographies here are transit dependent places in the first place. They're extremely dense. Transit is the first choice. They also provide interesting reference point. These are places with very high ridership, the type of ridership might want to achieve. So this group, at least the technical working group, was charged with figuring out what it would take to get 4 to 6 times the ridership that we have today. In order to do that, you can't make small changes, you have to make big changes. And I just really want to remind this group that we've mainly looked at agency level goals, but goals also might be established at other levels, city level, regional level, state level, et cetera. Next slide. So one additional component of availability is span of service, defined by the number of hours in a day and days per week the transit service is provided. So there's really a consistent theme among transit agencies, among those who think about span of service, that you kind of have to have a minimum of 16 to 18 hours of service available. Really, the ideal is 24 hours of service available, especially with the different ways that people work, the different ways that people play, etc. The ex-urban group said that span of service in particular is a concern. It's just really difficult to reach destinations and return home when they want due to limited span of service that's available in a lot of these communities. And there's a lot of concerns around span of service on weekends or availability of service in general on weekends. And also just think about your thoughts on this particular subject. How is 16 hours enough? Is 18 hours enough? Is there something that's too much? What is this group's expectation in terms of span of service? And I'm now handing it over to Mike.
Thank you. Before the task force has a discussion on these items, we are opening up the presentation to public comment. We have 2 groups of public. We have public in our audience, and we also have public on the Zoom call. So I'll first ask the members of the audience here in the room if they have any public comments, and then I'll ask the Zoom call. So members of the public in the room, would anyone like to make a public comment?
And then, Mike, just one thing to note is that we'd like to limit each individual's public comment to no more than 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. And then on the Zoom call, there are approximately 35 people on the Zoom call listening in and seeing the deck there. Is there anyone on Zoom that would like to make a public comment?
I do see one hand raised, and so I'll go ahead and unmute now.
Thank you, Rachel. So we have a Zoom administrator, Rachel, who is monitoring for public comments on our virtual meeting. So if you would please have two minutes, and if you feel comfortable, to state your name and your organization. And if you're speaking, do not hear you yet.
Dina, you are unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, all right. Fantastic. Thanks, Adina Levin, Advocacy Director with Seamless Bay Area. And I just want to start off by giving thanks and praise for the justified ambition of this exercise to work on policies and funding to increase transit ridership to address our climate and equity goals for the state. Just a couple of comments. It's good to see the comparisons and looking at what the best practices should be. A couple of fine-grained things to observe. One is that it does make sense to have different expectations by land use, but land use categories of urban and suburban and rural are a very broad brush. And so when we get to the details, it's going to be really important to look at it in a more fine-grained level. Like you look at the city of San Jose, and the downtown is urban, and it has some, far-flung neighborhoods that are very suburban in character. You look at, the city of Berkeley, which is, might be characterized as suburban, but has, high density areas that, should have a lot of frequent transit service. So that is one point. And then another point in thinking about the distinction between different types of users, there certainly are people who, through ability and age and income are fully transit dependent. But at least in the Bay Area, 2/3 of low income working people drive. And some of them are maybe because someone needs to move equipment in a truck. but there are other people for whom the public transportation does not work. And so I think it's important to look with a lot more nuance into the different categories of transit users as well. For example, seniors who maybe can't drive at night anymore and might stay home, but if transit worked for them, they would have greater mobility. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And
Thank you, Adina.
That concludes public comment for this segment.
Great. Yeah, thanks, Mike. Appreciate the comments from the public. Before we dive into our discussion, I know we had a couple of task force members join after a roll call, so I would like to open that back up. So I'll just go through really quickly. Bob Powers. Here. Tony Tavares. Here. And then I'd like to go back to, so we took one action earlier today to approve our meeting minutes from the first and second task force meetings. So I'd like to open up the roll call for that. So looking for an aye vote on those. Bob Powers. Aye. Powers, aye. Tony Tavares. Aye. Tavares, aye. Great. So with that, I'd like to turn over our discussion section over to our Chief Deputy Secretary for Rail and Transit, Chad Edison.
Okay, thank you, everybody. And is this working? Can you guys hear me? Okay. So we're getting into about 30 minutes of discussion here on these two questions, and this is for all the task force members here to participate in. First, we're going to be discussing availability across the three components that we talked about, but also ask if there's a fourth component or additional components that you all think should be added to the list. What would it be? And then we're also going to be discussing metrics and thresholds across the components and regions that have been proposed so far. When you speak, please provide your full name and before you say that, so that those that are online can hear who is speaking. And to start out with, I'd like to ask the first question, which is how should availability be defined and what components should be included? So we'll go ahead and try to call on people from the various corners of the room here. Please, I think raise your hand if you'd like to speak or get my attention in some other way. So let's go ahead and start on this topic of availability. Yes, Amy.
Thank you. Amy Hansford, City of Clovis. I just had a question for the representative of the technical working group. Is that appropriate to ask at this time?
Sure.
All right, thank you. First of all, thank you for your presentation and all the work that the technical working group did. It was clear, it was thoughtful. I had one question about something you mentioned, which is something called an artificial block to some of these bigger vision things that we're going to be working on. Can you tell us a little bit more about what you think that might be and how that, what those are?
Yeah, so that's a great question. Thank you very much. The brief for the technical working group was number one, we had a block because it was envision the future from a customer's perspective. And we're so used to looking at it from an agency perspective, of living within a box of what resources are available. And obviously we can't, build a new garage in the middle of an urban area. So why would we even consider thinking about expanding service to the extent that we can achieve 4 to 6 times the ridership that we have today? And we were nudged, cajoled to stop thinking that way, I guess, to start thinking about, if you're the customer and you're going to start taking, you want transit to be available to you in such a way that you can take it for all of your trips. And then you need to be able to have 4 to 6 other people that are doing the same along with you and create that kind of like virtuous cycle of a bunch of new people taking transit for a bunch of new trips and for all their trips. You need to get out of your own way, essentially. So you need to stop thinking about, oh, well, funding's a problem. That wasn't part of our group. Ignore the fact, ignore the entire idea of funding as an issue. What does transit need to look like in order to get to this 4 to 6 times ridership? So what are the service levels? We kind of thought about in our agency, we need to have, 10 lines running every 5 minutes or better in order to start to get towards that goal. We need to, we need to really re-envision the entire way that we approach our transit network and what high quality service looks like for our customers. It's not a handful of 15-minute lines, it's
a bunch of really, really frequent minds making a lot of really, really big connections.
Thank you, Chad. Kate Miller from the Napa Valley Transportation Authority. You know, when I read some of the materials that the technical working group provided, it's not working.
It's not green.
You want me to speak louder? Does that work? Are you hearing me now through this? Or are you hearing me through this? I'll just speak louder.
Speak big.
Hello, can you hear me now? No, this is also green. It's like it's my husband. Oh, there we go. Okay. Does this one work? Yeah, right. Of course, now I can't remember what I was gonna say. So I think, you know, when I was looking at this material, I was thinking about some of the unique characteristics of the Bay Area in particular, because that's where I'm from. But that, you know, defining it within these broad categories of urban, suburban, exurban, it doesn't necessarily get at a couple of things. And then the main thing for me is transit propensity, which is driven by density. Even in a rural area where we have in Napa, as an example, our populations are very concentrated, but they would be considered rural, not the city of Napa, but the other smaller towns, and ridership is pretty good. And you mentioned the on-demand service, which really works in a very square, concentrated area, not long and narrow. We found out in the city of Napa, it doesn't work very well. And also what is the demographics of that population? So when in Napa, one of the reasons I lived there is so I could be a spring chicken. It's a pretty old population. And so people tend to ride transit quite a bit. And then also, you know, in the Bay Area, we have a lot of colleges, a lot of high schools, and that also drives ridership up significantly. So there's some factors within these three broad categories that really need to be looked at much closer before we say that this particular population should have X headways and this population should have, you know, limited service, you know, when especially students, they go out at night. So there's all those things I think we need to take a much deeper dive at. And I know that information is out there, but I think that to me helps define availability a lot more.
Let's go to Seamus and then Michael and then Eli.
I think Seamus Murphy from San Francisco Bay Ferry. I heard you mention, Michael, frequency. Kate just mentioned it too. I just didn't see that coming through as a really small component there. I think that when we talk about availability, my car was available as frequently as I wanted. How long the travel time is, I'm trying to put a trip on transit with car travel time. I think frequency a goal.
Thank you. So I think as I begin my comments, the one thing I do want to second are the remarks that both Kate Miller and Adina Levin provided regarding the variation that exists within the broad categories of urban, suburban, and rural. Just recognizing, as Kate did, there are going to be differences within each of these communities with regards to propensity to take public transit, but then also two, differences in the built environment that may make taking public transit an option of first preference for individuals. But I do want to speak then specifically to the question here and offer some additional thoughts around things that should be scoped into availability. I'll second what Seamus has lifted about frequency. The other thing I thought was important is safety. And here we're talking a lot about the availability of service. It is accessible to you by way of it is geographically near you, or it is geographically near a destination that you're looking to go to. But if you don't feel safe taking that system because perhaps the built environment is difficult to navigate, we don't have the safe infrastructure necessary for folks that access public transit, or you're fearful of taking public transit for whatever reason, the premise that the vehicle was there or the bus stop is there and it takes you to where you want to go is almost immaterial. And so I do want to make sure that as we're having a conversation about availability, we're taking a look at not just physical availability, but also the perception of availability to individuals. I think that matters a lot to riders and something that needs to be uplifted as a co-equal consideration. I'll probably conclude my remarks on that point, but as we go through the discussion, I definitely have some observations around the target setting that I want to make sure I'm speaking to as well. But thank you.
Eli?
Thank you. Eli live in Move LA. Yeah, I think Michael and Adina make a good point as well. You know, I'm looking at the accessibility ratios by county. And I think we really need to like think a little bit more detailed on that. You know, if you look at LA County, the accessibility ratio, transit accessibility ratio is equivalent to Siskiyou County. And if you look at it, adjusted transit equity ratio or accessibility ratio, it's the same as Monterey County. And those are very different counties. And so we really need to think about like how we're looking at that, because at 5.8% transit accessibility, we've got a long way to go. And so we're going to need to think a little bit about those ratios, I think, or what really is urban versus suburban, because within some counties, you have very different issues. So I think that's one thing to kind of take a look at. The other thing is, you know, pervasive racism and discrimination in land use, transportation, and transit planning have created wide gaps in transit access across race, income, and other characteristics. And that's worsening social inequity. So in LA, for instance, transit provides less access to opportunities for Black and Latinx residents than other residents. So, and the Transit Center, which is a nonprofit, has done and foundation's done an equity dashboard that looks at these disparities based on race and class. And so I think it's very important that we take a look at equity. I think LA Metro has a really good metric of equity focused communities, which also looks at things like who has, how many households have only one car. I think that's a good way to look at it as well, instead of like straight up poverty metric. But we should be looking at race and ethnicity, income level, cost constrained riders, and riders with disabilities, and providing an overlay on that, and really ensuring that when we're talking about later in the conversation, we're targeting resources, particularly to those residents.
Eli, thanks. Let's go to Carl Sidoric, and then we'll go to Ian.
Carl Sidoric, Monterey Salinas Transit District. And to comment a little bit on Eli, focusing resources where they're needed the most. In Monterey County, we started tracking by the level of disadvantaged community where our ridership is. And only 6% of our population lives within the most disadvantaged communities based on the state factors. Yet 25% of our ridership origin those trips start in those disadvantaged communities. So that is something to look at. With regard to safety, I think Michael alluded to this in built environment in more rural areas. Although I agree with the comments about what's rural, because in Salinas during October, we have a population density equal to that of Manhattan, New York, because we have so many farm workers living in single family homes. So, okay. So yeah, what is actually rural, and when is it dense, when is it not dense? That's a big issue. Getting back to what Michael was saying about safety and accessibility. If you can't walk safely due to mobility limitations, lack of ADA access, lack of sidewalks, MST still serves areas that, you know, are linked to neighborhoods with dirt roads going in. You know, how you get the ability to get safely and in an accessible way is something that we really need to measure as well. And then lastly, I had another point related to frequency, but it has since eluded me, so I'll stop now. Thanks.
Yeah, as we go through some of these comments here, we are going to get to issues like frequency and safety in some of the later sections of today's discussion. So we'll dig in more on that after some of the later presentations. But right now, we're focused on kind of what does it mean for transit to be available and thought of as an available mode. And so as we're talking about that, this is the discussion, but we're going to come back to some of these same topics. Let's go to Ian and then Jacome, Laurel, and Jen.
Hello, is this working? So I want to just agree with the prior comments about, I know we're going to talk about frequency, I think, in the speed section of the next, but it does seem like it's inseparable component of availability. I would agree with that. I think, building on, I think, some of the comments around the definitions around urban and suburban, I want to add another kind of important definition into here that I think is critical for us to be setting any kind of threshold. Really, what's the unit of analysis here? So the MSA is used as an example, the example definition of access to definitions. But for example, in the Bay Area, we have, we're like 6 or 7 different MSAs technically, and there's these artificial lines between, San Mateo and I believe San Mateo did one, or Santa Clara their own MSA, and there's various ones out there, their own MSA. They don't necessarily align with where we should be setting the aspirations for these metrics around access to definition. So we need to be very careful around what is the unit of planning analysis, how we're subdividing the state. I think in a county like San Diego, probably the MSA might more clearly, what this is, or how these should be set. And then I think the other thing to be aware of is how we're translating these goals into agencies, or who's expected to meet these goals. So I was happy to hear that, Michael said that, perhaps we are applying some of these goals to agencies, but in some cases it makes sense to apply them to cities and regions. Again, speaking from the perspective of the Bay Area, definitely the agency doesn't make any sense in my mind, because so many of the agencies, in part, for example, it serves even exurban, suburban, and urban areas. So it wouldn't make sense to apply a goal like this to an agency like PART. So I think being clear about what these bring up to me, if we're going to go through the exercise of setting these goals, and I think that's supportive of the idea of having different thresholds for different types of areas, roughly coordinating, so it's roughly aligned with the urban form. But we need to be very careful and cognizant of how we set up those definitions, and not, creating these artificial differences. And I think that's why some of the stats that you were pointing out don't make a lot of sense, because it just speaks to the wide variety of how counties are, like even like LA County, which it doesn't speak to the variation of LA County. I think that's, I generally, I'll just lastly say, I think we're going to be talking about this in the exercise. I mean, with all that said, I do kind of agree with a lot of what's been put out here in terms of setting these thresholds conceptually, if we are able to arrive at the right definitions for urban, suburban, and exurban, and deal with all those nuances that I was addressing. I do think a lot of those definitions for accessibility are definitely in the right direction, and they're very ambitious, but I think appropriate. So.
Thank you, Ian. I mean, I'm hearing here some discussion around the elements of demography and geography that need to be further refined, and that's something we'll definitely take into the further dialogue we have here. Let's go on to Kome and then Laurel.
Thank you. I think it's been covered, and I don't want to spend too much time talking about the need to look at the goal from different style levels, right? Because one of the expectations would be that this committee will come, this task force will come up with something that's statewide. Understand that the state's complex, and I think enough has been said about that. One of the things I worry about is this, we talk about trying to match the automobile as a condition for how we assess whether transit is available or not. And I feel like maybe that's, I don't know for sure, but I feel like maybe that's not necessarily the best approach, because there are a lot of extenuating circumstances that differentiate people who drive and why they drive and how they drive from transit users. And so as we think about availability, trying to match that with how quickly we can get in the cars to get to the destination might be maybe setting us on a wrong path, I feel like, because we cannot really send transit in every direction cars can be. And so that seems to me something to think about. I'm not having bloody proof to say, this is why you shouldn't look at, but I just feel like maybe that's something to keep in mind. And so that then compels, because one of the things I think that brings up is the idea of funding. I know we're not talking about funding yet, but ultimately we will have to talk about funding. And so to not keep that at the back of our minds as we're talking about defining availability of transit, I think might be a little bit misleading, because ultimately when we get to the point of trying to move forward, the question is going to be asked, how are you going to pay for it? And we need to kind of keep that in mind. But I just wonder, maybe one of the other elements that we need to think about in terms of availability is to be more focused on destinations. As we think about it, and I think a lot has been said about using equity as a basis, so making sure that folks that need transit can get access to transit, that's going to get availability. Obviously, distance of the last mile needs to be considered. 30 seconds. I don't think anything more than that would. Then issues like terrain and weather, I think, also begin to factor in transit when you think about availability. Because if it's raining, it's not available to walk 30 minutes in the rain. So I think we have to sort of keep that in mind. And sounds like a fine point. I mean, a granular element, but I think it's something to keep in mind in terms of. But I just want to focus on maybe thinking about destinations as the basis of defining availability. Where do people go? Obviously, it's home to work to, maybe shopping, education, health, or recreation, religious services. These are things that people do. And if we start to define transit from that perspective, I think we're beginning to talk about availability for what people actually where they go, as opposed to trying to cover the entire plane of the geography that people may not necessarily want to do. And that sort of sets you up, the slide on the best practices. I think that's a good slide to think to see. But I worry that it sort of compels an aggressive goal that may be out of reach. And I want to set a very bold area, ambitious goal, but I think we'll also be looking at it within the constraints of the reality that we have.
Thank you, Tommy. Let's go to Laurel and then Jim Wonderman, and then we'll go to Michael Turner and one or two.
Hi, Laurel, Public Advocate. I wanted to start by saying that this whole conversation also needs to be about fair transit. And I think that we're maybe not the right folks necessarily to be focusing in on exactly what are the best metrics that make fair transit good, and not just the flat ADA applicable, it's not quality service that people would choose. And so I think there should be a separate conversation with fair transit stakeholders around these types of methods for fair transit, and make sure that senior people with disabilities deserve good transit also. On these questions that we're being asked today, there's a lot of academic things that can be withdrawn. We don't need to reinvent any of those things and looking at other best practices. One thing I will share around destinations that I think is an interesting way to think about it is this work that we did when I was in Boston, which is looking at regional versus local destinations. So this idea of like everyone should be able to get some grocery stores, not like that grocery store, but in a region, everyone should be able to get to the airport, to the major hospitals, to the major job centers. And so being able to differentiate by destinations, what are local destinations versus.
Great, Jim.
Okay, does that work? Yeah. Thank you, and, a lot has been said, so I won't, repeat. My first impression was on the frequency issue, so I know we're gonna talk more about that, but has to be a really important, aspect of availability. Related to frequency is, and I don't think has been mentioned, is reliability. So I think as people are making a choice between using a vehicle or using mass transit, is critically important that the agencies are able to provide a service that's reliable. If somebody is using it and there's a missed run, or something doesn't happen that they expect to happen, I think it's very likely to result in them next time saying, "I heck with this, I'll just use my car," or as likely, I'll use Uber or Lyft. So as Mark was saying on his experience coming out of the airport, I came out and looked across the aisle and, why are all those people there? Well, they were all taking Uber. And so the transit system here in San Diego, not unlike transit systems in other places, is heavily competing with a new facet over the last 10 years, where people are choosing to use this form of rideshare. And my guess is we do it because there's a sense of control that we've got this information easily provided to us on our phone. It can be frustrating at times, but basically you sort of know where you stand with it. And there's a really good information, and there's to the safety point, it feels relatively safe. Who the driver is, what their record is. So a lot of information being passed along. And I think when you think about availability, you're really competing against the availability in a lot of cases of that. And so, to me, and I say this as I don't like public transit. I love public transit. I'm a public transit buff, right? So if I get a chance to take public transit, I just take it for sport. Grew up on the New York City subways, taking rides to take rides. And the organization I run, the Bay Area Council, created BART back in the day. And I'm not only the head of the Bay Area Council, I'm the head of the ferry system. We pulled together the Seamus funds, SFA ferry. So we're very supportive of the notion of effective mass transit. But my mission is not to make transit succeed, it's to make the Bay Area succeed and make it a place of mobility where mobility works. And it doesn't work when there's long headways, when it takes a long time to get to the bus stop or the train station. I think for longer trips, people are a little, in terms of your timing and what people will accept to get to a long, fast train ride like a BART, people will put up with more than getting to a bus stop. So I don't know the exactness of all of this, but I'll say I just visited my brother in Brighton, in the UK. And I take the bus very infrequently in the Bay Area, but I wouldn't consider not taking the bus, right? It comes every minute or 2 minutes, a bunch of lines, and it's actually fun to see which one's going to come first. But the one you're waiting for is going to come in every minute. So that's going to be a safe, very reliable ride, and it can take you, along this main trunk line in Brighton, which is long and narrow, but it also takes you out into the countryside and goes to the weirdest places, winding through what feel very much like ex-urban areas. Maybe they're not ex-urban, they're probably so I think, we want to be really aggressive about how, I think that's what you sort of have to be in order to be competitive with what's out there today. So that's a tall order, and ultimately, as Stephen gets to the question of funding, how do you pay for this? But it certainly should be our objective to make sure that we don't, in the belief that transit is better than using a car one way or the other, understate that what people are actually willing to do in a world in which you click with a couple of buttons on your phone, and you can have somebody walk in front of your house who pick you exactly where you want to go, you would have to park. That's a different wrinkle. And, you know, I think really has to be addressed. So, thank you.
Then I know we have a number of other folks who want to provide comment, but I did want to give a little bit of additional space for the secretary to provide some comments before we ask the meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hopefully everybody can hear me. Can hear me? Okay, good. The folks who are providing service in the Bay Area, hopefully you're making some money off of Jim. It sounds like he likes to ride just for the sake of riding. That's pretty cool. He just wants to get on.
I actually have a senior fare, so.
He still finds a way to get around it somehow. It's not a senior fare. He loves transit that much. That's pretty cool, Chip. Thank you for those comments. Just a few things. So I really like everything that I've heard, from the safety stuff that Michael started us off with, to some of the geographical stuff that was the comments that were made. I think these are all really good. I know Chad is wanting to guide us towards and the chair towards the right time to actually have that input, but nevertheless, I think it's all good. Just a few things from me on some of the things that I've heard, and some of this has probably been stated already. Number one, I noticed in the definition the word MSA, and I know most of us work in an MSA. I'm not sure how, I think Kobe made these comments, I'm not sure how critical that word is to the definition in page 12. If we're trying to do this for everybody, there are people who may not live in a quote unquote MSA. So we just need to be thinking about that definition, how to make it as holistic as possible. Number two, distance on distance to a transit stop. I think that's yeah, it went out completely. Yeah. Number two, distance to a transit stop. I really like Mr. Chair and Mark, and Chad. I like the London statistic that was shown here. I don't know exactly what page it was on, but 96% of Londoners have a 400 meters access to transit. I know this is a stretch, but I think somehow on that item on slide 11, I think we should try to get to a place where we're being specific about distance or time. And I think that's part of what you're trying to get at here, but 96% to 400 meters, that's 400 meters is a quarter of a mile roughly, I think, something like that. And that takes less than 10 minutes to do. It's audacious, I think, is one of the words that we've used to try to set something like that for a state as broad as ours, as far as like urban to suburban and rural, et cetera. But can we set a metric like that for California and say, you know, we want everybody to have X amount of distance to travel to get to transit? So that's number two. Number three, Jim mentioned technology. The fact that you land in any city, people, if you're not taking a taxi, first thing you do, most of the time, it's because that's just naturally, is it me that's microphones here? Yeah, this one went out as well. So real loud. Yeah, I'll just talk real loud. So it would be great if in our cities, that wherever you were, you just turned on your phone and that's transit. You would have a sense of, you know, how accessible transit possibly is to wherever you are. You landed in an airport, wherever you are, you said transit instead of Uber, or you said Lyft or whatever. The transit app, and it says, look, here's how far you're 8 minutes away from being able to get a bus ride or whatever. I think something like that, I think would be great to just think about as we think about integrated travel as well. And finally, I think it was Eli, you touched on equity. I know we're probably not including affordability as a part of the definition for availability, but for some people, for a lot of people possibly, affordability is a big part of availability. Affordability is a big part of availability. They can't use transit or don't use transit because it's not affordable for them to pay for the round trip or whatever the component of the trip may be. So some of us in the room are be like, what's the big deal for $12 a day? But $12 a day, 5 times a week, starts to add up and it's not affordable. So just figuring out how to make sure that possibly affordability is a part of our what we're thinking about when we're thinking about availability. I think support from an equity standpoint. So overall, this is really, really good stuff. I know Chad is he's a purist. He's gonna make sure that he's on track and where some of these comments go, but just generally all the conversation is really appreciated.
Okay, let's, we have a number of folks who also would like to talk, so we're gonna go to Michael and then Juan and Sharon. And Carrie and then Alex and then Rashidi. So we'll kind of check, we have a list here that we're trying to keep straight and then we're going to move on to the next section pretty soon, and so we can talk about the next topics on the agenda. So Michael Turner.
I'm going to try the microphone. I think for the working group, I understand you have to sort of get to some categories, right? And I saw in the PowerPoint you get to some of the things that we were talking about. I think the safety issues important, the frequency is important, but I understand you have to get to some kind of categorization, right? And then I think the trick with this really becomes how does it apply in the individual circumstances we all operate, right? Because how this works in different parts of LA is going to be different, right? Agua Dulce and Acton, it's going to be different than it's going to be in Bell or the Mid-Wilshire corridor, right? And so I think ultimately the challenge is going to be how do we apply these in a state as diverse as the one we live in? And I think the trick really, you said the word demography. I think as we look at the demography of different counties, like I said, it's going to be different in the Wilshire corridor than it will be in Agua Dulce and Acton than it will be in Southgate. And so I think the trick is how do we take these kind of metrics and actually apply them in the different parts of the state. I would caution a little bit about the numbers because numbers ultimately, when you talk about percentage, that's ultimately going to turn into money. And so, when we talk about numbers around these things, let's just be a little careful because, when I see, a certain metric around transit stops being certain, distance, I start calculating how many that's going to have to be and how much it's going to cost. So just a little trepidation there. But I think the trick is going to be how do we actually apply these in the different parts of the state?
Yes, and I think that's a theme that we started in the last meeting and we're continuing today in terms of the need for nuance here by geography, demography, all these other factors. Let's go on to Juan.
Thank you. I wanted to echo some of the points that Comey and Laurel have made about ground truthing some of these with the trips that people actually make. So this does look like a very supply side top down measure of availability. And in that way, and to the point Michael made, it could be biased towards coverage over frequency if we get into thinking about trade-offs in the future. But one of the things that I see here, just with the methodology, is the percentage of destinations or the number of destinations is not necessarily reflective of how people are actually making trips. So you would want some sort of ground truth of demand and trips that people are actually making. So what percentage of trips being made from this traffic analysis zone or a block group are competitive via transit? I think that would work better than a measure that treats the University of San Diego and a small school as like one destination each, even though one one has a much larger demand. I also think, transit complements walkability, and walkability is key. And so one of the things I saw when SB 375 passed, I was like, oh, great. We're gonna have this priority within a quarter mile or half mile pedestrian network distance of these bus stops. And that's really not the case. And in an urban area where a lot of the analog metrics are from, we have strong pedestrian network density. And so a quarter mile radius is pretty, you can make a near quarter mile walk trip. But when we start talking about the diversity of the built environment, in the state, there are suburban areas that may look good for transit, but they are walled off with a commercial center at the intersection of two cross roads. And so the pedestrian network really just, within a quarter mile pedestrian network, it really just serves the commercial and not the residents that would be within a quarter mile. And so ground truthing walkability, I think, is really key. And that's, I think, leads to that span of service idea where, because the complementarity of walkability and transit, you would just look towards where are people already walking, and that's where you would want to provide a greater span of service. And that's not just urban areas; it's suburban power centers and shopping malls and other places. But when you get off a transit vehicle at night and you're the only one walking around, that's a very different experience. And I think we can lean into providing service where people are.
Sharon?
Yes, so in listening to everybody, one of the things I fear with these two components, connections to destinations and distance to a transit stop, is we're gonna get into a peanut butter approach to transit planning that ultimately we've all found to fail, because ultimately we will never have that kind of money. Why would we put a fixed route in Borrego Springs that came, within a quarter mile of everybody's house? It just doesn't make sense when in reality you should be putting it in the much denser areas. If you look at Tokyo, Tokyo has 36% of the mode, transit has 36%. That is an extremely dense city, and they're still struggling to meet the kind of goals that this state has. So I think you have to focus your energies where it makes sense. Some of these numbers on the ex-urban trips, makes me a little nervous that we're not going to be able to get there. And then ultimately, we're not even talking about disincentivizing road use by automobiles. And, we haven't even brought that up. I mean, I don't know how putting a 15-minute frequency bus route in some of these ex-urban areas is going to convince anybody to go take that if it's just as easy. So when we say, oh, we want it to be in the same amount of time of a car, I don't know that that's what we want to be having as our goal, unless you're going to, it's so challenging, so difficult for cars to go anywhere, that they're gonna choose transit because that's the only reliable way to do it. And I know reliability is after this, but that would be my my caveat. And it's one thing, yes, I love that we're saying if money was no object and everything could be done quickly and we could do it, what needs to be done. But if we're actually setting goals, is what I heard, then that tells me that we should be realistic in this.
Okay, so we'll do Carrie, and then Alex, and then Rashidi, and then we're gonna take a lunch break.
Okay. I don't know that I can get a green. Our red is blinking, so I might maybe other mic. I'll just be loud until so I wanted to try to tie a lot of things. Carrie Watkins, UC Davis. I wanted to try to tie together a lot of things that I'm hearing around the room. I think it's really important to echo the concept of the destinations that Laurel and Juan were hitting on, and also this idea of pockets of density over a definition of urban, suburban, rural. And I think what was just said, it's exactly the same reason I was going to say that, is that I think we're trying to not just do this from a transportation perspective, but if we focus on density, then we can also encourage the provision of housing and do other statewide policies that would meet us there. So it can't just lie with transportation, it has to lie with us being able to densify the places that need to be dense so that we can provide transit in reasonable ways. And so then we can start to set policy that housing would also be doing this at the same time that we're trying to get there from the transit community. I also think that I'm not crazy about the way that we're measuring availability, because I actually think based on the research that I've done in the area, it's really all about the ratio of transit to auto travel time. So I don't like this 60-minute piece, because you could still have a trip that takes 15 minutes in a vehicle and 45 minutes on transit, and it would fall within the 25% that you've set for San Francisco. And that's still, quite frankly, to be blunt, that's crap. Like it shouldn't take me 3 times as long on transit that it does in a vehicle. So, and that also encourages us from a policies perspective to start to allow congestion to happen, to make driving slower at the same time that we're speeding transit up, because that's the only way we're going to get there. And so moving money around so that we quit trying to fight congestion, because it's a losing battle and it's never going to happen. So to me, and then one more, I think the distance to the stop depends very much on the priority of the transit service that you're making available. So having a little bit longer of a distance to get to a very high priority, fast, reliable transit system is not as big a deal as having, you know, a little bit of a walk to get to a bus service that we're just trying to provide coverage service in a very, very rural area. So I pull this all together by saying, I think we need to get to the ratio of transit to auto travel times that includes some component of frequency, reliability, and access times. And that's really what needs to be measured, that what we're trying to get to is, and maybe it doesn't even have to be 1-to-1, but it has to be reasonable, way beyond what we're providing today. And then the last, nobody's really talked about the span of service component, and my understanding of working with a lot of operators is that there's a very big difference between 16 hours and 18 hours because of contract hours. And I think that's a place where a dose of reality actually would be really good when we're setting those thresholds, because 18 may not be achievable and 16 may be easily achievable in certain locations.
Alex and then Rashidi.
Right, Alex Bockelman, Metropolitan Transportation Commission, is this working or no? Is working? Oh, great. I guess I just wanted to echo what Kristen said, because I'm going last, but I mean, I think that the density comments, and I mean, I really appreciate what the working group is trying to do, but I do think there is a lot of nuance here, and you can't ignore that, especially when I kind of look at the world-class examples that we're trying to live up to. I mean, they are nothing like most of California. So I think it's important, the nuance on density, thinking about equity priority communities, thinking about what makes transit-oriented communities really work. And it's a lot of different factors that have already been covered. I also like the idea of having bold goals, but I do think, I'm not sure, audacious goals that are sort of a little more ground truth, I'm not sure those are going to be helpful. So I think to some of Kone's comments and also Sharon's comments, I mean, when I looked at this, I kept thinking about, you know, auto ownership and how cheap it is to drive. And, you know, and especially when I got to the slide about London and Singapore, and I just got back from Tokyo, and you know, it's so different. And I don't think you can ignore that if we're not going to at least have a conversation about sort of the demand side and only look at supply side. I think that we're never going to be able to afford this. We're never going to be able to be successful. So yeah, I want to be visionary, but I think we also have to ground truth things. And I think maybe last comment then, I think ground truthing some of this in some of the regional plans. Like I would love to, you know, we do a lot of modeling, a lot of scenario testing. And so I didn't have time, you know, when I got the packet to kind of run this through our model, but I would like to have more partnership there as we look at this. that would be really important. And I don't know how this fits in here, but I think because Secretary Omashaki made the point about, you know, knowing how you get around on transit, I think we need to also think about the private sector more as really important partners. Because I think Google Maps is amazing. It's opened the whole world to transit for me. I can just land in San Diego and figure out where I need to go. I can just touch down in Burbank and figure out where I need to go on my phone. I can touch down in Tokyo and figure out how to take transit around. And I just think that's really important. I also think that Apple and Google as partners with like the paying on your phones with the cards where that works. I guess, I don't know where that fits in here, but I think that maybe we should think about the private sector as really helping us more with transit. Because I've found it really open.
All right, well, Rasheed Barnes. All right, there we go. I'm sorry, Rasheed Barnes, Eastern Contra Costa Transit Authority in Northern California. I know we're all hungry, so I'll hold this standing. The comments here are very interesting to me. You know, Carrie talked a lot about just how equity is something that we need to pay attention to, as well as looking at how people are traveling. And then the secretary mentioned equity as well. And we're in an area where people lived in Oakland, people lived in San Francisco. A thing called gentrification occurred. They were forced to move out to the outlying areas. And those same people were dependent on transit when they lived in Oakland and Berkeley and San Francisco. Now those folks are living in houses out in Contra Costa County, outlying areas. They're still dependent on transit. It costs a lot more for them now to get from where they're at back to that job that's in Oakland or Berkeley or San Francisco. Or they're in traffic, or they have to go from a Tri-Delta Transit bus to BART or to AC Transit to whatever it is. So their trip is taking a lot longer. How do we look at that? How do we manage that? How does that play into this overall equation? And so I don't know how that fits, but to me, that is something that, you know, we can't just continue to focus on the urban core. I live in Berkeley, I understand it, I get it. But there are also people who have no other means. They're forced out of where they grew up, they lived for decades, and now they live in outlying areas. How do we make their trip easier, safer, reliable, all of those things? So however we factor that in, I think that should also be a part of the conversation as well.
Thank you. So as we get ready to go to lunch, and I'll pass this back to Mark in a second, thank you for all your perspectives here. This is very helpful input. We're not trying to set goals today, as much as we're trying to anchor what we want to test as we think about the service implications of availability, and we talk about the kind of things that customers expect out of transit. So I think to be clear on where we're going here, today we're really not trying to so much set the goals as much as set some thresholds of what we want to be looking at as we come up with ideas of how to address the availability of transit going forward. So thank you, Mark.
Yeah, I really appreciate the dialogue. I think it's been good conversation. A couple of things that just jump out to me, is just how nuanced this is in terms of kind of setting kind of these metrics around service levels across the kind of vast geographies that we have here in California. A couple of things that I would like us to dive deeper into are some of the things, like density that was brought up, and also, looking at the demand side, not just the supply side. So I think those are going to be kind of crucial pieces as we move forward. But at this point, I would like to take a break and allow our task force members to grab some lunch. We do have lunch in the room kind of outside here. I would like to ask everyone, I know we're a little behind schedule, but I would like to ask everyone to at least come back by around 12:35 to get the next part of our agenda going. So we will take a break and back at 12:35.
So Rasheed, most of our.
Lunch is right outside, and there's also a little courtyard out there, and then,
They have,
we
they
break
have
out rooms if you'd like to
daycare,
break.
they have, pick the kids up. You're taking money out of their pocket by making their commutes longer, right? They're, it's, I call it mobility tax out of the working poor. That's where this bus on the shoulder and some of these other things.
What we're doing.
Or,
It's been
ourselves
proven
over and over again.
Yeah.
To shimmy up,
Throwing
we
money
can't.
away.
Yep.
So we should let it bubble up and force people out. The vision, that's the hard choice. That is task force. Yes, it's not about focus. It's about allowing some natural evolution of some really crappy traffic to force people. Because I know when I'm trying to go to a concert, I won't deal with going down to Charlotte, maybe trying to listen to the Mark Center to watch whoever. I will ride my bike, or I will ride with a friend. It's exactly, it popped in my brain. I was like, that lady's right. That's exactly right. That's what gets me out of my beautiful car. Is.
Well, and but the thing is, we have to give them the option to do it, right? That if you pour the money towards putting exclusive transit corridors in place, then let the congestion build.
Yeah,
Because you have a choice. Right. You can't force that on people without having a choice. But if you give them a choice and then you let the congestion build, it's not a big deal that it's building.
I could be like sitting over here.
Let's go.
I've seen some studies that suggest that, where it's saying make it equal to a car.
Can everyone hear me? Almost. That's quite common.
Can you hear me now? Now? Okay, perfect. So, good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Mike Costa. I'm with the Placer County Transportation Planning Agency. Just a little bit of my background. Prior to my role at TTTF, I actually managed a suburban, I would say, transit operation. So I come from that perspective and that background. And now working in PCTPA, I focus a lot with working with our transit operators that mostly are suburban or rural in nature. So I kind of bring that perspective to the table and to the working group in our discussions. So there was a lot of good discussion prior to lunch about availability not being enough when we're measuring the demand for transit or how to generate a customer choosing transit. And so what I'm going to be talking about in the next several slides is what all of you actually started talking about, was what are other outcomes and factors to consider when looking at how we can achieve that transformational target of 4 to 6 times ridership increase on our transit services. So what I'll be also sharing is the perspective of the working group that discussed all of these, and like all of you, had some very similar discussions about kind of looking at, not one size fits all, and then looking at, in all of the transit services, you could have one service or one line alone that serves 3 different environments. So how do you set up metrics for those types of service, like interregional services that connect suburban areas to rural areas or urban areas to rural areas? So all of that, again, is great discussion. And what we're trying to do today is present what the working group discussed in terms of our recommended kind of metrics based on our discussions, but then really hear from all of you to say if those targets are something that need to shift. So in our next phase of work that we can look at, how can we refine the way that we look at these performance metrics? Next slide, please. Very quickly, I'll just highlight this slide. The important factor to note, and I think it was shared among many comments today, was we are looking at this from a customer-centric perspective, not looking at this from the constraint of some of our agency operational restrictions, but really looking at this from how do we get that customer to choose transit and make that choice over another alternative form of transportation like the car. Next slide, please. And one of the things, again, that we looked at specifically for outcomes, which again was started the discussion prior to lunch, was the reliability factor. And what does that mean? Speed, safety, experience, and then affordability are the 5 outcomes that we really focused our discussions on when we were creating the metrics. And in this particular slide, it just goes to show some examples which you have in your packet of how you can frame those outcomes from the customer's perspective and what it means from both the customer side of things and what it may mean from the transit operator's perspective. In this case, it's an airline, but you could relate this to rail or you could relate this to buses. Next slide, please. So what we did, and again, this information is available in your packet, but our technical working group did look at the performance metrics and we scaled them also to that 3 environmental or context factor or geographic settings, the urban, the suburban, and exurban environment. Again, recognizing that not one size fits all, but we did want to start with some level of parameters by which we could then establish our performance metrics. And then, again, we looked at this from an unconstrained standpoint. So we're not considering cost here at this phase of the planning work, but we're looking at what does this mean, again, to drive that transformational change of 4 to 6 times ridership. Next slide, please. So in this slide, actually, I think you might be able to go to the next one. Yeah, go ahead and go to the next one, please. So in this slide, we're talking about, again, that customer perspective when we're setting our performance metrics. And you're actually now seeing the performance metrics that the working group looked at and started evaluating, again, to just start this discussion today. So for reliability, the important factors when a customer is looking at reliability is transit consistent? Is it dependable? And then how do we measure that? We can measure that through on-time performance. We can measure that through transfers or limited amount of transfers in some cases. And then, will the transit is reliability also ties into trust. Will transit get me there and get me back? So that's an important factor in looking at our performance metrics. Speed, that's something that we actually heard this group talk about earlier before lunch, is it compatible with the car? Is transit service going to be something that I would choose over the car? And so setting up metrics for that could be a total trip time. Is the trip length on transit, walking to a bus stop, getting on board, riding transit, and then walking from that final bus stop to your ultimate destination, how comparable is that to an automobile? And how can we shift that? And then also, is it frequent enough? Is it comparable in frequency to having that convenience factor as a car? Safety, those are things we started talking about, and not necessarily as much of a focus on crashes or lack thereof or incidents, but more looking at perceptions of safety. How is transit viewed in different geographies as safe? And will that be something that factors into a customer's choice? Experience, again, this is something that this group talked about prior to lunch, was can a customer easily understand transit to the point where it's as simple as popping Google Maps onto your car ride to get from point A to point B? And then ultimately, as actually Secretary Tomashakin said that affordability is a key factor in looking at transit. And is it something that is overall less expensive than driving when you factor in other things like parking, gas, tolls, that sort of thing? So next slide, please. So diving into kind of the first outcome that our working group discussed was reliability. And again, the key components of reliability are on-time performance and also the ability to transfer with ease. That's important when looking at this metric. In terms of some of the highlights that we discussed in the realm of all of the geographies that I mentioned, the urban, suburban, and exurban environments, all of those geographies actually had very consistent expectations for reliability among all the groups in the working group when we started talking about that. However, reliability varied by mode, with high reliability in the urban environments, expectations of more on-time performance and expectations of service in urban areas versus in exurban areas. And again, I think that's a very, I think that was a discussion that we heard the Transit Transformation Task Force talk about earlier this morning. And then setting some of those targets again are relevant to the context that the transit technical working group talked about. Next slide, please. In terms of speed, again, the key components of speed that the working group discussed were frequency of our transit services in the different geographies, total travel time comparable to alternative modes such as the automobile, and then of course the number of transfers that a rider would have to make. And then looking at frequency, again, across all of geographies, the working group discussed the expectation that there would be similar frequencies during peak periods versus different frequencies during off-peak periods. And of course, those different frequencies were scaled in a manner that off-peak would have more frequencies in urban environments, whereas exurban environments would possibly have less frequent services in off-peak hours. But during peak hours, the working group came to the conclusion that there would be an expectation of similar frequencies at peak times. And then with speed, looking at again how comparable is the transit trip to a car. In all geographies and all region, again, we wanted it to be competitive with a car, but you would expect that competitiveness to increase in the urban environment. At least that's what the working group discussed. And so that would be a good conversation, I think, for this task force to consider in the next discussions of, is that expectation of transit to compete with the automobile travel time, is it a higher expectation in urban environments versus rural environments, or should there be some similarities in those different geographic settings? And then transfers. Transfers is an important thing, and I know working in Elk Grove, where I was previously an operator, that was something that we heard all the time, is if we had individuals that had to transfer more than say one time, then it kind of ruled out transit for them. So is there an ability to set an expectation for customers to transfer less than one time or less in the context of where they're going in our environments. Next slide, please. For safety, again, the focus on safety wasn't necessarily the incidence of safety or the maintenance of vehicles, but more of the perception of safety and overall security on the vehicles and the transit service itself. And so with this one, you know, it may not be something that significantly moves the needle, but this is something, again, that's very important on all of our transit systems, is that it should be safe on all aspects of the transit service. So that is both onboard experience, as well as your experience waiting for the bus in your respective geographies. However, the working group did discuss looking at differences in performance metrics when it came to what type of geography you were actually waiting in. So if you were in an urban environment, safety might be differently measured than if you were waiting in an exurban or suburban environment. So that's something, again, for this task force to consider in future discussions today. Next slide, please. So the last or second to last experience, the metric is the experience outcome. Experience focusing on looking at your overall comfort, ease of payment, and also ease of wayfinding, how you can access information when you're looking at transit. Across all geographies and all settings, the working group agreed that it's important that there is an easy understanding of how to use transit and how to access it, and the materials available for it. There is a greater expectation in urban environments to have more comfort related to shelters, related to passenger amenities, versus your exurban environment where you still want some of those amenities, but when you set your performance metrics, they may have less of expectations versus your urban environments or your suburban environments. And then same with when you're looking at your geographic settings, considering performance metrics around the terms of amenities. Is there environments like in the rural areas where there's no lighting versus in urban areas, lighting might not be the consideration. It might be something else, like is there shelter or is there amenities to sit and wait? So those are types of things, again, that we wanted to throw out in terms of discussions for the task force, but it is something that we looked at in the different geographic settings. Next slide, please. And last but not least, what's important too is looking at affordability. And across the board, again, wanting to look at performance metrics that establish affordability as a key component to understanding, is the transit travel going to be comparable or cheaper than driving your automobile? And that includes, again, tolls, parking, and other factors that we have to pay for with auto travel. And then looking at, one of the highlights from the technical working group is that in urban and suburban environments, those customers on transit generally have additional considerations to evaluate versus the rural environment. Rural environments might just be more about just getting to point A and point B with their automobile versus in the suburban environments. There are other factors that compete with automobile travel, like the again, parking and tolls and that sort of thing. And again, expectations for these types of performance metrics, they do vary across different trip lengths and geographies. So with that, I'd like to hand it back over to Mike and open up the discussion.
Thank you very much. Before we get to the discussion, we're taking public comment. So there's, again, two parts to this. There is our meeting room, physical meeting room here, and then there's on the Zoom call. So in our physical meeting room here, is there anyone who'd like to make a public comment? Seeing no one on the Zoom call, is there anyone who'd like to make a public comment?
Don't see any raised hands at the moment. There is one question in the Q&A that says, have we enlisted Jarrett Walker to help guide our efforts? And that is all for the Zoom call.
Thank you very much. So we're done with public comments, and I'm handing it back over now to
Okay, thank you very much. Let's see if this thing's working. Can everybody hear me? Okay, I'll try this right up next to my. So now we're going to have about an hour to talk about goals and metrics. And we're going to first start with goals, and then we'll go to metrics here. And we've just had a good presentation here by Mike of some of the goal categories that we have. You know, as we look at what customer goals should be prioritized, what elements within each are most important. Part of what we want to do here is recognize that we're not looking for a, you know, precise, like this is absolutely number 1, 2, 3, but kind of how do we get to kind of the highest third and the lowest third? Like what are some general ideas that we have in the room around how to prioritize things? And do we have similar or different, you know, understanding of that? You know, as we talk here, there's been a lot of really good conversation, and to the extent that someone's already said what you would also agree with, referencing that would be helpful, because we want to get like as many additional ideas out there as we can in responses to this section, as we're trying to come up with that kind of customer-oriented goals and how we would go about prioritizing them. So really appreciate the discussion we had earlier. I think that serves as a foundation. We've already covered a lot of the same kinds of issues that we're going to be talking about here, but now we're going to be, you know, very specifically looking at least these goal areas that are on the slides. We categorize them around reliability, speed, and I won't list all of them right now. But so let's go ahead and you know, the outcomes here right now are not to declare priorities for the Transit Transformation Task Force. It's really to give us what's going to inform our future analysis. So as you say, these are things we really want to drill in on, that we'll spend more effort getting research in front of you and information in front of you on those topics. And then again, we're trying to look at it from the customer's perspective. We want to make sure we're putting the equity of the system front and center in all of our considerations here. We want to make sure we're looking at what this means to serve all the people in our communities, and then we're going to go through first goals and then metrics. So let's go ahead and have a conversation around we had worksheets that we provided in advance of the meeting to kind of guide you in preparing. And so, and the other thing that you'll see on here are some example statements that were developed by folks on the technical working group that are kind of I statements around what a customer might experience, might expect in each of these situations. And so this was a really interesting part of the preparation, was putting some ideas out there on the kind of I statements that might help guide the customer goals. So I'll go ahead and open it up for discussion, and looking for volunteers to talk first. Carrie, go ahead.
So, I don't know if I'm doing exactly what you just asked for, but I took a ton of notes as he was presenting, so oops, I'm breaking the law here. Carrie Watkins, UC Davis. What I said was, I'm not sure I'm exactly doing what you just asked for, but I took a ton of notes as he was going through. So with reliability, I would say we have to get away from this concept of trains versus buses. I don't think we should be thinking about it like that. It's all about priorities. So it's dedicated transit right of way versus non-dedicated. And we can certainly use bus to have dedicated transit right of way. And when we do so, we can easily achieve 95% reliability, just like we would. We can also put a streetcar out there that has no priority whatsoever, and it doesn't matter that it's on rails. Its reliability is going to suck. And so we have to move towards dedicated right of way, prioritizing transit in every place that we possibly can. Frequency, I see you using 15 minutes, and the research shows that 10 minutes is really the key. There's been a fair amount of research showing that when we go to 10 minutes or less, people don't plan their trips to a schedule. But even at 15 minutes, it's like a long enough time period to wait that people like to know when it's actually coming. And so instead of running at regular headways, we have to actually run to a schedule, and we might lose time in trying to put buffer in that schedule and all of those things. So I really think the focus should be on 10 instead of 15 minutes for those high frequency lines that we might be talking about. I saw in there like that idea of transfers, and what I would say to channel Jarrett Walker, since someone brought him up, don't be afraid of transfers. But in the US, we transfer for stupid reasons, like the boundary between 27 agencies in the Bay Area. And we need to stop transferring because it's an agency boundary. And even if we want 27 agencies, we have to figure out how that they can operate as if the rider has no idea which agency they're on, because they don't care. And so time transfers are fine if we can time them meticulously. You and I were talking about Zurich, where the trains come in and there's like 30 seconds. You see all these people swoosh back and forth and they go right back out again. And like, that's fine. Transfers on 5-minute frequency services are also fine. But it's when we have these transfers and you're transferring to a service that's every half an hour and you get there and you have 20 minutes to stand there, like we can't keep doing that. Safety is really tricky to me, but I think part of our problem currently is because ridership is down, like safety comes from the presence of people. When we have high ridership, we feel safer. And so as much as I want to throw a bunch of metrics around safety, I think like we may actually accidentally solve that problem if we solve a bunch of the other problems and we actually get people riding transit again. And then the experience, again, channeling Jarrett, he's a good friend of mine. He uses the phrase transit respects me. And I like a lot of the things that you have listed on here, but I would say cleanliness is not on there. And I've heard a lot of people talk about that they feel like they feel less safe when the vehicle is not clean and the station is not clean. And then I would say, if we're really going to do this and like just knock everybody's socks off by providing phenomenal transit across the state, I think load factors have to be on there. It's not something we're worried about in most systems at all right now, but we may be a victim of our own success where like the experience really declines if we start to build ridership, but we're not putting enough service out there. And many other countries, that is a very big deal, that their loads are to the point where it's just not comfortable for people and they lose riders because of it. So those were my random thoughts. Sorry if I didn't do okay.
That's very helpful. Let's go ahead to Laurel.
Can you hear me? Yes or no? Yes. So thank you, Mike, to you for the presentation and to the working group for all of the work that you've done. So the first thing that kind of really just stands out to me is safety, and I know, Chad, you said you don't have to necessarily prioritize it now, but the first thing that kind of just stands out to me is safety, because it's almost a given that something, that the system should be safe. But what also really stands out to me is that the prioritization of these goals will really depend on various factors, such as, we've already talked about the density in areas, but it's also going to depend on the age and maturity of the transit system, and whether or not the community, the city that they live in, the area that they live in is built out, or, if it's a growing community. And just to kind of give you an example, so in Riverside County, we have 5 small municipal operators. The city of Corona is one that is actually has just started to exceed their COVID numbers. So that is really great for them. And so I wouldn't necessarily say that, reliability would be a top prioritization for them when we compare them to another smaller system out in like Palo Verde Transit Agency that is very much rural, because they face very different challenges. And so in that area, affordability and just general accessibility and speed is probably going to be their biggest goal for their customer base. So I just wanted to note that I think the prioritization is really going to depend on, various factors.
Thank you. Kate, let's go on to you and then, okay.
I don't think any of our mics are working anymore. Is yours? Yeah, not anymore.
So
Ours
We'll have,
was working.
Mike
So they
pass
gave
around
us.
the microphone. Let me give you this.
All right, great, thank you. I want to be productive about my comments. I want to continue to move this process forward. I'm struggling a lot with the systems that we're being benchmarked against because most of them are in Asia and in Europe where the tax base is significantly higher, where there is economic homogamy, where we don't have that here. And there's just also in many of those places, it's culturally different. So I do think that we need to talk more about some of the work that has been done at the regional level. So we have a better understanding of sort of what we already know rather than reaching out, given those differences. So that's just one comment. I looked at the data where the headways and, you know, getting anywhere near 60 minutes for headway is not a functional transit system, even if you're in a rural area. One bus doesn't show up, that's a 2-hour wait for someone who may be on the verge of losing their job, low-income worker, or a person who's elderly or disabled standing out in challenging weather because shelters, as you know, are not everywhere and they're not abundant. So I think we need to take a harder look at that. Also, the challenges associated with always trying to keep up with the traffic, which is frequently why we miss our trips or being on time, and how we can manage that better. So again, taking a look at the things that interfere, the things that actually undermine transit. I think making driving more expensive is something that we really should be looking at a lot more. And then finally, I just wanted to point out, and I know Napa is not the only community that's dealing with this, but our travel behaviors changed significantly during the pandemic. And while there are still people going to the office, and there was a little bit, I know Jim is a huge concern about that, the number of people not going to the office. But there's more people going to the office, but I don't think it's ever going to go back to the way it was. And so what we're experiencing, and we're going to launch another travel behavior in Napa, travel behavior study that looks at where people are going, what they're traveling for, when they're traveling. And what we've noticed, and this is more perceptual right now, is that we have so much more traffic in the middle of the day. So I don't know how you define peak period. And I think we need to take a harder look at that because I don't think it's the same definition as it used to be.
That's really helpful. And on topics like I'll come back to that. I had something I was going to tie into, and I'll come back to it later. Let's go ahead to Eli, and then we'll come back to Michael Pimentel.
Yeah, I wanted to speak to what was just said about peak off peak. We in LA we redid our bus system after over a generation. They took transit data from cell phones rather than just taps, and we found this really interesting trend, which was that you would see it go up in the morning and then it would continue to rise and keep rising through midday to about 2 o'clock, and then it would start to go down. There'd be a little uptick during the peak in the afternoon, but it would stay pretty level until like really late at night. And what we were really seeing was, a lot of families, seniors, people with disabilities who were riding right after sort of that peak time and going and doing their errands and going to a doctor's appointment. And they aren't so. They don't necessarily need to be on a schedule per se. They have a little bit more flexibility on that. They still have to get to destination time. And so I think we do have to take a look at that peak, because I think you're right as well. Like you see the traffic patterns have changed as well. And people being able to flex more. Maybe they still have to go to work, but they have flexible hours. I want to think about adding the idea, and I think it's pulling together a couple things of setting a goal of ease of use. Because I think what I've heard from Alex and others is like, you go to another city and it's just so easy to use, right? You pull out the Google map. And we need to look to the private sector, right? When we look at a piece of real estate, they give you a walkability score. Like, why can't that be a metric that we look at? How do we increase our walkability score? Because that's going to help us with our transit. Another study recently, and I think I shared it with the task force group, is number of alternatives. Once you hit about 4 alternatives to driving, that's when people start to ditch their car. You have 4 or more alternatives. That's when people, okay, I have enough choices. I can change that. But under that, and then just like ease of use, I found out recently, I won't name names, but an agency that I use a lot has 11 apps, 11 different apps. I found this out, and that's just insane. Like if someone like myself who uses it all the time has to switch between different apps, like we need to figure out a way to make this easier to use, to pay for it, navigate it, to do everything, all these different systems. We gotta figure out a way to be much more customer oriented.
So thanks, Eli. And I think the ease of use would fit under the experience category as a customer goal. And what I was going to say earlier was the tying the transit being subject to the same congestion that cars are. Later, we're going to get to what needs to change in order to make transit reliable. That's part of our last discussion today, the last hour. So we'll come back to that topic. That's what I was trying to remember when I was calling on. Getting ready to call the next. So we're going to go to Michael Pimentel, and then after that, we'll go to Laura Tolkop.
All right, thank you. And I just want to start off by acknowledging that the various customer goals that have been presented, I think, are pretty well conceived and pretty inclusive of what I know I've heard from my agency members and what I know as a transit rider. But one of the issues that I have with the exercise that I think we're going to embark on in a moment is the discussion on prioritization. And I have some challenges with that, in part because I think all of us were being charged to put ourselves in the shoes of riders, and many of us are ourselves riders. All of us come to the table with very different lived experiences and very different sensitivities as to what would encourage oneself or others to ride public transit. I look at the items on the screen and then throw up the PowerPoint, and I know that for myself, I prioritize frequency and speed. Safety, well, of course it is a consideration, is very seldom an issue for me where I feel unsafe riding public transit. But I know that for others, it may be the complete opposite. And so I think as we're having the discussion here as a 25-member task force, I would be concerned if we were to present prioritization even at a high level that assumed that we spoke for a rider base. And so I think the way out of that box is stipulation. The customer goals are generally right, with maybe some modifications as folks are going to speak to. But I do think that the actual tactical work of understanding priorities has to be done at the regional and local level between the agencies and their ridership base and their communities to make sure that they are being reflective of what those individuals want to see from their services. And that's not meant to be critical, it's just meant to be an observation of some of the limitations I think that exist here as a task force. But if I can carry on and just speak to also the metrics conversation, I know that for the last item, I think for the sake of time, we had to kind of move past that, but we will get into a metrics conversation for this module. Part of the issue I see and others have raised previously is the fact that we are having an unconstrained conversation. And very much understand the need to be aspirational, to be audacious, and the pursuit of goals and objectives for the state of California. But I also understand that we are going to be operating under funding constraints. We are going to be operating under political constraints. And the goal that we have as a task force, I think, is to optimize our agencies and our system so that they can better deliver on ridership goals. And so there are going to be trade-offs in that conversation. We're talking about fixed resources and where do we choose to apply them. And so I do think that it would be useful, and we'll get to some of this later in the discussion, when we talk about enablers. I would advocate for us beginning to reorient the conversation more toward policy goals and objectives, funding, legislative and regulatory. Also having conversations about administrative challenges that agencies have to build a foundation for transformation. Because I think right now we're aiming here, not recognizing or at least not engaging in the conversation about all the challenges that happen here. And so I think first, let us tackle low-hanging fruit and then reach for something greater. That's my personal perspective, but I know in having talked to a few of the representatives around the table, a shared observation point of just really wanting to drive this toward productive outcomes, appreciate all the great work that's been put into this effort, but I think we can really lead toward more tangible outcomes if we have more of a policy-based conversation.
Thank you, Michael. And that's where we're going in all the remaining meetings. So just to, in terms of how we tee this up, these first couple of meetings have really been focused on making sure we understand what the expectations and goals are for transit. And then we're going to go into that policy and all the space that you just talked about in the upcoming meetings. So appreciate the comment. Let's go next to Laura Tolkoff, and then after that, Laurel Paget.
Thank you. If it works. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. Great. I'm going to pick up on the latter half of Michael's comments. Laura Tolkoff, Transportation Policy Director. Sorry. I do want to pick up on Michael's comments and emphasize kind of an incremental approach and perhaps a constraint. Some constraints. You know, we all love ice cream, but we can only have so much, right? And so when I think about this, I'm thinking about, you know, what can we achieve that is financially justifiable? Like, and maybe that means identifying what our end state goals are and our end state thresholds are, but then working backwards under certain financial scenarios incrementally to be able to identify trade-offs about what can we actually buy, right? I think the state is at $2 billion in operating funds for the fleet a year. What does that look like at 6? Knowing that maybe what we really are after in the long game is 50. And so maybe that's a way to kind of shape the policy conversation. And I'll also emphasize that then it becomes also a really important there's a lot of policy trade-offs in that conversation of how do you get there and build those foundations as Michael was talking about. So just plus one in that and kind of offering an idea of incremental, approaching this from an incremental and state approach.
Laurel, and then Rashida.
All right, well, just pull it back, it's building off what, let me turn this one off then. Building off what Michael and Laura were saying. Another thing that I think would be interesting about this metrics conversation is given that there is so much context specific, we can, I think, agree on general statements, but getting to the metrics is given that this group of people is not representative of transit riders across California, we are fairly representative of different, you know, agencies and state, regional and local level, is where each metrics are set, or who's setting what level of metrics and how they're speaking to each other and communicating across in terms of broader levels or very specific levels of metrics, and sort of what is that balance of support and accountability across the local, regional, and state levels in order to, you know, get to this ideal state. I think that would be an interesting conversation for this group of people right now.
Rashidi Barnes, Eastern Contra Costa Transit Authority. Chad mentioned it, and I just want to make sure that we realize that none of this can happen if we don't have staff. Like, we don't have operators, we don't have mechanics. Buses are not moving, you know, things are stagnant. So to be able to make sure that we have reliable, speed, safe services relies on our workforce and workforce development. So to me, that's something at some point in time, hopefully we discuss. The other factor here in this, that I think that we may be missing is flexibility. And when I say flexibility, we can implement everything. And what we've learned, and Kate talked about it through COVID, where people work at, when they work, how they get there, has all changed. And so if we deploy X solution in whatever city and it doesn't work, then what? How are we going to be flexible? How are we going to be able to pivot to meet the next COVID, the next whatever that happens? So I just want to make sure we're looking at, we're learning from the past, but also creating, not creating barriers that's going to inhibit us to grow down the road.
Yeah, and the comment on workforce, I think that's one of the things that we have to have a lot of investment in. We'll get to that on the kind of what needs to change to support some of these goals and how we get the right workforce in place is part of that. Let's go on to Jim Wonderman, and then we'll go to Carl Sidorik.
Thank you. As I said earlier, I've been involved, we've been involved over a long period of time in funding mass transit, passing initiatives in counties on a regional basis and so forth. Because we and pushing policy that encourages transit. Why do I say that? I say that with the with the realization that in the Bay Area, which is one of the better, at least in California, maybe it's the best. I don't know, maybe LA's taking us over, but we're one of the certainly best mass transit served regions. In the best mass transit served region, 80% of all trips, Alex, I think I got that right, 80% of all trips are single occupant vehicle trips. That's after putting a lot of money into mass transit over a long period of time, hoping for a mode shift that hasn't happened. And if you add in the ride shares and the carpooling, stop taking this now, it goes up to 90, probably close to 90%. That's what we got. And I think when you take a look at the infrastructure we have in the state, in our region in the state, it's shared infrastructure. Whether if it's cars, if it's buses, let's stick with those bikes. We're not creating a whole lot of additional new width to carry this. And so I'm really concerned, I have to say, I'm really concerned when I hear folks say that the solution to the transit problem, and as I look around, and most of the folks in the room, you run transit agencies or you're advocates for public transit, that the solution is to make driving more expensive and more difficult and more congested. I think this is a terrific mistake you're making when you say that. And I hope that this task force doesn't come out with recommendations to do that, because I think if the mass public, the Bay Area, those 80% of single occupant drivers, the 90% of vehicle users who rely on the system, were to know that the mass transit leaders of the state wanted to make your life more expensive and more difficult, I think it might be the end of mass transit in California. So I warn you not to go there, and to think, affordability, by all means, it's too expensive on BART for those people who moved out to Antioch to take BART into San Francisco. We should find a way to make it cheaper. I think that's extreme. I think the standards that we set for fare box recovery are out of whack with affordability and the ability of a lot of people to be able to use mass transit. Price matters, and we should be encouraging people to use it by making it more affordable, more economically competitive. All for that. Subsidizing it where, absolutely where appropriate, and we've supported measures to raise tolls and do just that. But, to say, let's make it harder and harder for people who drive, I think it's just a terrific mistake. Let me add a little bit to it. I know what I'm saying here is different than probably what a lot of you think. And, you know, it always take, you always have to have one in the room that's kind of like me. So, you know, you're stuck with it for now. Before the pandemic, a lot of folks with various kinds of jobs went to the office. But a lot of those folks in the pandemic stopped doing it. Those folks have like a laptop that they were able to work out of their kitchen. And then over the course of time, sometimes they adjusted a room in their house, and they're very comfortable working from home, as was stated by a couple of people. And not all of them are going to come back to the office. We hope some will, but not all will by any means. Some people couldn't do work from home. It's really hard when you're a gardener to work from home, unless you really like working on your own garden, right? But if you have a truck and you need to get to the place where you're doing the landscaping, you actually have to put the equipment and helpers and stuff, and you have to actually drive to the location. If you're a teacher, you probably have to go to the school, because we ended most of the home, you know, the remote learning for students. And now the teachers have to expected to go to the school. And in a lot of places, the teachers can't afford to live near the school. So they have to get to the school, and mass transit may not be an option depending upon where they live and where they teach. So they're reliant on their car. So you want to talk about equity. Okay, I think we should. But let's keep an open mind to what equity is, because I believe if we look at it, and there have been some studies to do this, what we're going to find is when we punish the driver, we're punishing the people in California who need us the most to protect their income and their lifestyle. They are car dependent, and you take away the use of their car, and you're taking away their life and their ability to produce results for their family. So be careful with what we say here, and I think really take a hard look at this as part of the mix of what we're trying to achieve in our state. And you know, I'm all for funding mass transit. I'm all for a lot of everything, you know, the transit experience, safety, affordability, reliability, availability. I think those things are all really, really important, and we should double down behind them. But don't do it at the expense of unfortunate people who, you know, reality is in the state, we don't have the system to supplant using the car today, and we're not going to have it tomorrow, maybe sometime in the future, but let's be pragmatic about this.
Thank you, Jim. And I've got 6 folks on the list right now. I've got Carl, Amy, Juan, Ian, Jameson, and Bob. So let's start with Carl.
Okay, I think this is working. Yeah, great. To get through the worksheet and prioritization, you know, safety is always in that, you know, Maslow's hierarchy of needs, right? And so that's always the bottom line. Safety is always first. People don't feel safe, they're not gonna do something, right? So I think we can really just take that off the table almost. Those are table stakes, right? You can't even get in the game if you're not gonna be safe. Now, moving on. I think it's, you know, speed and reliability. Speed and reliability are your really going to drive increased transit usage. In Monterey County, the vast majority of our riders, 3/4, 77%, have household incomes of under $40,000. Household incomes of over $40,000 in Monterey. These are folks who, you know, they're not working at home in the kitchen. They're working at the kitchen in the hotel. They're working at the kitchen in the restaurants serving the tourists, or they're working in ag packing plants. And those are difficult jobs. Those are people who are still going in, hourly workers. And when their speed is impacted, their speed of travel is impacted, or they're missing transfers. And about 66, 2/3 of my passengers use a transfer. They're very short transfers. Thank you, Jarrett Walker. 5-minute transfers. So they're not waiting very long in order to increase speed of travel. But when they miss those transfers, that's a tax on them, because if they can't rely on our service to get them where they need to go reliably, they have to leave work earlier in order to get to daycare. And that is an impact on their income. It's a mobility tax on the lowest income people who can't afford it. Speaking of affordability, only 3% of our passengers feel that $2 is too much to pay for a trip. So, that's not an issue. With regard to experience, it's been my experience that people in rural communities want the exact same amenities as people in urban areas. They don't see, I saw the slide saying, well, urban or rural areas might not expect the same amenities. That's not been my experience. I've got people in rural farm worker communities. They want the same shelters, same customer information as folks in downtown Monterey and downtown Salina. So that's just my take on the factors that you have up there. Thank you.
That's very helpful, Amy, and then we'll go to Juan after that.
Thank you, Chad. Oh, sorry. That's okay. I think you can hear me now. Thank you. I want to share what's happening in the Central San Joaquin Valley. So I live and work in the city of Clovis, and we are about 6 months away from launching a complete route redesign. And we started on this at the end of 2019. So that can tell you what happened at the beginning of 2020. So we had to put a pin in our route redesign and picked it up about 1.5 years ago. And I have some, what I think is really fresh data coming straight from the community. So this isn't what I want out of my transit operation, it's what my community wants. And we surveyed and had a really robust response. We surveyed riders and non-riders, and the response was different, but there was one factor that was the same. So our non-riders, in order for me to compete with the car, they wanted speed. They didn't want to think about transit. They just wanted to go to the stop, get on, and take a bus anywhere they needed to go, and safety. And my transit riders wanted safety and reliability. So these are the experienced riders. They know how impactful it is if they miss a bus. We run 30-minute headways. If we could do more, we would. We just don't have the funding for it. But we're getting ready to go from, I'll just say we're all best friends now, 2 really terrible, inefficient routes that were put into place in 1995 to 8 direct, clean, fast running routes. And I think we're going to be able to attract some riders if we can keep up with speed and safety. So anyway, that's what I wanted to share, some pretty timely data.
Thank you for that, Amy. Let's Juan and then Ian.
Thank you. Juan Matute, UCLA Institute of Transportation Studies. And I think in looking through these, reliability, that's something that the agency or whoever's controlling the road has most influence over. Speed, it's whoever's controlling the road, usually the bus or the agency, it's rail. But it's really experience where there's, I think, the strongest state role. So I think that's where there's a priority for. And the legibility of transit systems, we all take for granted. I like going and trying new transit systems. I did today. I loaded up my Pronto card. It took me about 15 minutes to do it on my phone. I had to remember the name of my dog. A secret question, and that's a long experience. Like I was able to buy breakfast while juggling my phone, and that was very easy. I just tapped my phone, and we make it very, very difficult for newcomers to interact with a new transit system. And I think that's where there's a role for the state, because if you want a consistent experience, you can kind of think, we've been talking about the private sector, we can talk about the franchise model. A franchise, the company that runs a franchise wants to ensure consistency in experience across all of the different outlets. So we can think of transit as an outlet. But they do that by not saying, hey, you have to do this. They do that by providing all the mechanisms to do that. And I think having user experience audits as part of that, and having all of the technology stack, everything needed for plug and play interoperability within transit legibility, payment, et cetera, is a really important part of that. And where the state can take a strong role, or it can't in other areas unless it's maintaining the roads. And there's been a lot of references to Jarrett Walker, who's giving a book talk at UCLA Thursday at noon. You all are invited to come.
Thank you. And as I'm hearing the discussion here, I think
we're probably gonna not talk a lot about metrics, after this, we're gonna kind of move on to the like enablers, like what would it take to start to address some of these issues. So I think we're gonna move on to that here after we get done with kind of the set of comments on this. Because, but if there are like urgent things people want to say about actual metrics they think would be right on some of these, please bring that up in the discussion, but I'm not gonna tee up a long conversation about it, given kind of the feedback we've been receiving here, during the discussion so far. So let's go to Ian and then Seamus and then Bob. And then if there's anybody else, please make it, raise your name tag or do it, something to get my attention.
Thanks, so try to get through a few different areas. One, I think setting these aspirational goals are very important, and so I think the process that we're going through is the right one. And I know we'll get to the incremental approach, but I think it's really important that we start here and we look at these examples from other places that have succeeded in doing this. It's because they've started with these little, it hasn't happened overnight, and it's taken 30 years of investment and policies and reforms. And then they can say 32 years ago, we set these goals and we actually made them. If we do not, this is our one opportunity that we're going to have probably for a few decades to set these goals. We have to. I think this is the right approach, so I really support this. As far as the examples, I think some of the maybe challenges, a lot of these examples are only representing the urban areas and large cities. I think those are applicable to some of our regions. But I think there's other examples. I'm just thinking, I'm very familiar with the Toronto region. You talk about Winnipeg, it's a really good analog to Fresno, for example. I think those are the helpful maybe analogs that maybe aren't coming through so much in some of these example metrics. You know, Brampton Transit, Mississauga Transit in the Toronto region are very similar to a lot of the communities that we have in California in terms of density, and yet they show that you can provide quality service and provide good connections, you can significantly increase transit ridership. Maybe less relevant than Seoul, you know, or easier to relate to than some of these other examples that are here. I agree with, I think, what Michael Hillenfeld said around it's really difficult to prioritize these things. In different scenarios, there are two different people that are going to be different in levels of priority, and I think in different scenarios, they're also very different. You know, so I can imagine in the Bay Area, you know, speed is BART is very fast. BART is faster than driving because it has priority, but BART ridership is struggling because of a whole bunch of other factors. So it's got this, I mean, so I think that's an overall comment that I agree with Michael in saying. I think generally speed and reliability are kind of at a sort of core level important to address, but they're more expensive to improve. Whereas some of these other factors, it's not, we kind of have to be doing all of these things. We need to be writing, you know, we need to be prioritizing. I hope that prioritizing these things does not result in a policy of, well, we cannot address improving the experience until we address speed, which is sometimes the reaction when we prioritize these things. There's no point in addressing fair policy because we don't have the language. So, you know, I think generally these things all need to be worked on. And then so a couple specific comments related to these things. One is actually going back to the question of connectivity, or no, availability. Something that didn't come up explicitly there, and that isn't explicitly coming up in any of these 5 things, is the relationship of connectivity. So availability to a transit stop, you know, if the stop that you have that's available to you is not connected to a broader network, then it's of little value versus, you know, one that is connected to a network that's intentionally designed, that has, it's indirectly referred to in terms of transfers are smooth, but I don't think it, you know, reliability and speed and these other things don't quite get at this. Maybe, I don't know if it's a 6th area, but it's how we measure connectivity of a network is really important to call out, and has a big impact on, you know, investments in speed, investments in reliability need to be also connected to, you know, a certain level of connectivity. I agree with the comment about transfers. I think transfers, people are more willing to take transfers if transfers are easier. I think people's lack of openness to taking more than one transfers in many, it's sort of a self-fulfilling prophecy of, because the experience is so often bad, they have a low tolerance to do it. I've been to other places, you know, when I was in Switzerland, it was very common to make 2 or more transfers in many types of journeys, people don't have that sense of friction because it is a far more easy transfer to rely upon, and the fares are, you know, integrated and all of those things. So I would worry about setting too much. I think focusing on the overall travel time is better, you know, better than try to sort of have a targeted no more than one transfer. Then on experience, I think Eli said it, and I agree with Eli's comments around the ease of use of the system. I think isn't totally reflected in the examples here of experience. And I think one important metric that you might consider is thinking about first-time users and their perception of how easy it was to use for the first time. Maybe a somewhat specific thing, but I think if a new user has trouble understanding how to use it for the first time, then chances are like that sounds like it's not that important because it's only a first-time user, but that means any potential new user, the 80% of people use it all the time, then that friction exists for them if they want them to use it more often. So surveys or data around assessing how easy it is for first-time users to learn how to use the app or figure out how to pay or orient themselves to the wayfinding system. That would be great to have at a statewide level around how to measure that, and then how, you know, we can over time in an objective way actually make our system easier to use and know that it's actually getting easier to use if we have this data coming through saying, you know, first-time users are finding the system easier to use. And then I think the last thing that I was going to say is on affordability. I think there's a component of affordability and fare policy that is related to experience. So it isn't just about. I think it's very important. I think the statistic around it is affordable to take transit in many cases. I think cost isn't a barrier in a lot of scenarios, particularly for local bus systems. But the complexity of the experience of paying and the perception of are you getting good value for money is important and can play. You can see a very big impact on ridership if you offer creative kinds of fare products. That, you know, for example, there's a pilot going on in the Bay Area, the Bay Pass, that is showing a 40% ridership impact because of the way it's designed and the way it's sort of using, you know, it's something that's incentivizing transit use, and it's very distinct from, you know, saying, well, transit's too expensive, we need to, you know, make, you know, it's more how we package fares to create a more user-friendly. I think that would be great to reflect, maybe as a subcomponent of experience metric, or to incorporate into the affordability metrics, something about the simplicity of the payment as opposed to just how much you're paying.
Thank you, Ian. Let's go to Seamus and then Bob.
Seamus Murphy, San Francisco Bay Area. But first, just appreciate the approach to this. I think it is really important for us to think aspirational about some of these improvements and try to identify the higher end ranges of what can move the needle on ridership, because as I understand it, that's what we're trying to do, is figuring out how to most perhaps aggressively get the most riders onto California transit. And I think that these will all help move the needle. I think if you look at experience affordability, Ian just called out the statistic on the Bay Pass, and it's really compelling. I think safety is essential. As Carl said, it can be a black or white issue. It can also be a range of perceived safety and personal safety on a system, and that can weigh into what decision you make as far as how you want to travel. But I think all those three really pale in comparison to speed and everything that's encompassed here in speed, frequency, total travel time, including transfers, the off-peak focus that I think we need to, you know, just as an aside, I think we need to really redefine what off-peak is in a post-COVID era. Other people have said that, but I think that's where, like Ian said, we're gonna have the most impact from a ridership gain standpoint is speed, travel time, frequency, those type of improvements. And unfortunately, they're the most expensive. And I hope we'll eventually get to a place in this conversation where we can understand what does that slider look like? How affordable can I make a set of improvements so that I'm achieving the biggest bang for my buck in terms of ridership? And I think even on the lower end of improvements that we'll be able to hopefully implement we'll get a bigger benefit in terms of ridership out of those out of those improvements than we will from some of these others. Not to say we shouldn't focus on them when they're not important. I'm just thinking about what will be most transformational, since that's what we should be focused on.
Well, one quick follow-up on that, Seamus, like on the speed and reliability topic, we saw with like what happened with Muni and the other buses in San Francisco during the pandemic, where they put in all the transit priority lanes, something that was relatively affordable, got to much faster journey times, got to higher ridership and more reliability. And that, using that as the only example here, but is that the kind of thing that might be the lower cost kind of options that you might be able to get some benefit out of? Okay, got it. Bob?
Chad, Bob Powers, Bart. Hey, I have 2 comments to make. One, I think, at a high level, probably the categories are right, the safety, experience, affordability, all that. So nothing really there, I don't want to replicate comments there, but I did want to push back a little bit on a couple of comments I just recently heard on, prioritizing those categories. As somebody who does run and operate a large agency in an urban center, hundreds of thousands of riders a day, thousands of frontline employees, there is a hierarchy there, and it's safety. Clearly, the frontline safety of our men and women who operate the system on a daily basis, who open the stations, who drive the trains, who close the stations, and everything in between, and the hundreds of thousands of riders daily that we are responsible for. There's nothing as a general manager that I take more important than safety. And so of those 6, it's safety, and then everything is following after that. Just to be, to push back a little bit on a couple of comments, they're not all equal. I mean, it's safety first, and everything else follows after that.
Are there any final comments that people want to make here before we move on to the next section? Because we're going to talk about the enablers of things that we need to be able to do in order to move the needle on some of these goals that we just talked about. Oh yeah, go ahead, Laura.
Hi, Lorella Luna from the Riverside County Transportation Commission. Just hearing the last couple of speakers made me kind of think more about the category of experience, and what we highlighted here are more the physical and technological aspects of the experience. But one thing that, and I'm not sure if it would be an added element or if it's going to fit into another discussion that we're going to have, is the customer service, because customer service and good customer service is what keeps customers. And I think it was Ian who mentioned that, a lot of the surveys that we often give to customers is usually based on the customer's first time, like the first time customer taking the survey and, providing those results. But if you were to ask a customer, well, what keeps them coming back? Customer experience and service, the driver, the conductor, the staff that they encounter is oftentimes one of the top reasons why they keep coming back. And I just remember, many years ago, I was riding a bus, and I wasn't a regular on this route, but most of the people there were. And it's really amazing because the sense of community that people have in using their bus route. And once you start riding a bus that's familiar to you, I think for a certain demographic, especially seniors, it really kind of sticks to them. And, it was really kind of interesting because we got to a stop and everyone kind of just stood up and they all kind of moved because they knew it was like Mrs. So-and-so's stop. And so they gave her the front seat so they can all move. But it's just, I think customer service and just kind of that human interaction is really important.
I was just gonna say real quick, like in LA, they did a study and 50% of the ride was not on the train or bus itself, it was like waiting. It was getting to it, and that customer experience extends for that whole trip, so.
Thank you. So now we're gonna go ahead and have a short presentation by Michael Eshelman again. This is really on what we need to change, both directly and indirectly related to transit, to facilitate mode shift, and to tee up our final dialogue.
All right, thank you very much. I assume this is working. It's blinking a little bit, but I'm also very loud. Thank you. So yeah, what we're going to do in this section is we're going to move into kind of what needs to change in California in order to achieve some of these ambitious goals. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that first. I'm very vain, so I'm going to talk about myself. So when I was 16, I was running track and cross country, and this is kind of getting to the point of we're talking about these giant metrics, these giant goals, these things that seem unachievable. But when I was running track and cross country, my goal was to run a sub 5-minute mile. And it seemed really hard. I was running nowhere close to that. I was not fast. I was out of shape. If I just told myself this is impossible, I never would have left the house. But what I did is set the goal and then achieve and then work towards it in a holistic way. Run long and slow, run short and fast, do stretching, do strength workouts, etc. Eat well. And eventually I achieved it. 40-year-old me is not running because I cannot achieve my former glory. So what we want to be as a group is 16-year-old me, not 40-year-old me. And also I do want to talk a little bit about kind of small wins, and I'm here from the future to tell you that it is possible. You know, one of the examples, because, you know, we've gotten a lot of pushback about, including, you know, talking about Tokyo, talking about London, talking about Singapore, Hong Kong, etc. But there are more achievable examples that we have locally. We were talking a little bit about Canada earlier, where you kind of see what happens when you have a lot of these holistic things kind of working together that allow you to achieve these goals. So being a little bit of a homer, I'll talk about 2 AC Transit examples. So one, we used to have service before the pandemic on Ashby Avenue, which is in Berkeley. And it was served by a line that kind of went from nowhere to nowhere, and it didn't carry a lot of people. So it was, when we were doing service restoration, it wasn't high on the list of priorities because we did service restoration based on ridership. We ultimately launched a pilot where we actually connected it to UC Berkeley. So we had Ashby that carried 400 people a day before the pandemic on that corridor. And now the line that's serving it carries 3,200 people a day. So we more than, I think that's 8. I think we went 8x on that. I mean, it's a small example, but we looked at it, what would be the appropriate solution to improve service there. And so we tied it to downtown Berkeley and to UC Berkeley and made it go from somewhere to somewhere and made it useful for the community that it serves. And that actually achieved what kind of we're talking about. Is there a way that we can scale that up and take some lessons from that and apply it to other properties in California or other lines within our own system? And the other example is, you know, coming out of the pandemic, our ridership recovery wasn't great, carrying about 40 to 50,000 people a day. And then suddenly Berkeley went back into class. They returned, and all of a sudden our ridership doubled, essentially overnight. And that really goes to a couple of points. One, Cal has now 2 pass programs, institutional pass programs, and participates in Bay Pass, and also they have access to our Easy Pass institutional pass program. 2, those Cal students aren't all taking the bus to class. They're using the bus and BART and all the other services that they have available to do all of their trips. It's really hard to park there. It's really hard to drive a car there. So there's a confluence of factors that have removed barriers to taking transit that all exist in kind of this utopia. I've heard Berkeley mentioned a number of times, and that's kind of what it is. It has fantastic fare policy. It has great levels of service. Could be better, but it has great levels of service. And it has people that are committed to and using transit as their first option. So those are kind of some of the things that we talked about within the transit working group. And I think those are some of the things that we want this group to consider. And how do we get, you know, we don't need to run the 5-minute mile right out of the gate. We were talking about this 2 billion, 6 billion, 50 billion. How do we get from an 8-minute to a 7-minute to a 6-minute to a 5-minute to eventually reach our goal? And what are the steps that we need to take in order to get there? It's good to have the visionary goal, and then what are the interim things that we need to do to accomplish it? Next slide. So I'm not going to talk about all these. We've talked a lot about these, but I just want to call out in particular TfL in London. The example here is another example that I was kind of talking about with Cal, is that this holistic approach. So the case study here is they implemented congestion pricing. They also have fare integration, and they also use that congestion pricing to fund a significant increase in the level of service. So they went from having about 360 buses to about 1,100 buses. So they significantly improved supply side, and that generated a lot of service that people could take. And then they also impacted the demand side by implementing congestion pricing. And then they also removed a barrier. So they made fare integration a priority and made it easier to take the tube and to take the red buses and everything around the city. And so those are kind of the things all working together as a cohort to drive people towards transit as a priority. Next slide. Here, since we're talking a lot about Jared Walker, I'm going to actually talk about Houston Metro. This is kind of the white whale for transit planners. This was a big thing back in the mid 2010s. And it's essentially the plan was, let's focus away from coverage and into frequency. Let's make sure we have a larger number of high frequency lines that maybe force you to make more transfers, but are also more legible and more usable for the customer. And really, I think that the lesson here is less, oh, here's the right way to build a network. It's, we somehow managed to get policymakers to agree to implement this thing. So it's really controversial to essentially say, we're going to cut service here and we're going to expand it here. And this is the trade-off we need to make in order to improve ridership. So this is kind of like if you're just living in an ivory tower and you're a planner, the white whale is, here's my great idea, how can I get other people to agree to it? And I think that's the real lesson that I take away from the Harris County, Houston Metro example. I'm going to talk about just two of these. But these are all the enablers that I think the TTTF as well as the TWG talked about needing to happen in order to kind of get to the goal. So these are all the things that either impediments that need to be removed or accelerants that need to be applied in order to achieve the goal. Really, a couple of the big things: workforce. I get an email every Monday about what our workforce shortage is. Right now, we're short quite a bit. So we're short about 40 operators from what we need to pull out. So we need to even hire people just to get to the current level of service that we say we're scheduling, let alone all the way up to the levels that we're talking about in this task force. So how do we do that? Is it pay? Is it benefits? Is it working conditions? Is it what are all the things? Right now, a lot of our operators, the largest number of our operators live in Tracy. They do not live in our service area. They live in Tracy. So that's a huge commute. That is a major problem because you're driving 2 hours to drive a bus for 8 hours to then drive 2 hours again. Is there workforce housing? There's a lot of things that need to be addressed in order for us to make sure that we have a high quality workforce that's available for our customers. And then the other one is road prioritization. So we have a lot of cities in our service area that have a transit first policy or something like that. And what it is in practice is we tend to be transit first after everything else. So we're usually after parking. Red curve is a challenge. All these basic nuts and bolts things in order to get our service on the road to make it safe and accessible for our customers is a real challenge. So prioritizing a bus, if we say transit's a priority, then it actually needs to be a priority. And there needs to be a way to make certain that that is what happens, that maybe transit has first right of refusal on any space on any street where we operate, or where we operate any level of service. So these are kind of the mindset changes that need to happen in order to really make public transit a priority. And I think my last slide are these more indirect enablers. And the two I really want to talk about are land use and state alignment. So land use is huge. We tend to carry more people in denser places. And also housing affordability is huge, not just from our workforce, but also for our customers. So making sure that land use is supportive of public transit, and that maybe public transit can play a role in supporting denser housing. And we've talked a lot about that. I know that that's a big discussion among state legislators. And then state alignment. So making sure that, what this group decides, what we talk about, what we need from the state in order to really empower public transit operators to carry more people and to be more reliable and to be more safe and be more successful. The state needs to, use its budget and use all of its other tools in order to make sure that we're supported to be able to provide that service for our customers. That's it.
Thank you very much. Public comment period. So in our room, is anyone wish to make public comment? Seeing no one on Zoom, does anyone on Zoom like to make a public comment?
I do see one raised hand. I'll go ahead and unmute Adina.
Thank you. 2 minutes, please.
Yes, I wanted to lift up a couple of the mentions of the span of service. I think that there was some mention in the materials about focusing on commute period. One of the lessons of COVID recovery is that regions that previously before COVID had schedules that were very much based on white collar commuting recovered more slowly than areas that before the pandemic were already had a broad span of service with all day, all week and weekend service serving a greater variety of riders and a greater variety of trips. A focus on really tightly on, you know, white collar commuters are key ridership group also, but more tightly focusing on white collar commuters is became a vulnerability during COVID, and providing service for a much wider variety of jobs and other kinds of trips and other kinds of riders is something that can really be a strength. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that concludes public comments. Chad.
Okay, thank you. And Michael and the technical working group, thank you so much for the work you put into putting all of these ideas out here for folks to have something to bounce off of and provide feedback to us. I know you put a lot of work into giving us some core concepts to consider as a starting point. So looking forward to the conversation here. I have a number of folks who've indicated that they'd like to speak. So I will start with Michael Pimentel, then Michael Turner, then to Laura, and I'll keep going from there. And the questions, oh, by the way, the questions that we're talking about here, I think you all have them in your packets already, but it's, are there any of these ideas, these changes, these enablers that we're talking about, should they be added or should they be removed from the list? Are there any that you would add? Are there 2 or 3 that are particularly important that you want to emphasize that are directly related to transit? And are there 2 or 3 that you would particularly like to emphasize that are indirectly related to transit? That's kind of the discussion context that we're in. And if you want to address any of those while you're speaking, please do. So, Michael.
All right. Thank you, Michael Pimentel with the California Transit Association. Just a few things. First off, appreciate the refocus and the added emphasis on the enablers during today's meeting. The items that I wanted to just uplift relative to the list that's provided here on the various slides is one, we have an item for grants and procurement. I would also like to see added to that grant administration from state, regional, and local governments, just making sure that we streamline those processes as best we can and to ensure that the agencies have timely access to dollars. When I spoke of incrementalism moments ago, my focus is really on foundations for success. And how do we get past some of these baseline things that we know we need to break past in order for us to think bigger? And so grant administration is one of them. When it comes to workforce, I think one of the things that we could add to that is safety for our workforce. And here I'll just note that we're having some tremendous challenges here in the state of California, much like we're facing across the nation. And it has been an uphill battle to get the California State Legislature to recognize the safety concerns that we have and actually move legislation that we and our partners in labor have tried to advance to address safety issues on our systems. And so, you know, we can talk about big picture, increasing service and delivering better improvements to our communities, but if we don't have the operators, we're not gonna be able to do that. So I would like to see that be a focal point. I would also just want to second what is outlined here with regards to kind of local approvals and permitting for transit projects. We all know that this is one of the things that stymies good projects time and time again. We've done some work at the state level to remove some of those barriers, but of course we have many more that we need to break past. And then finally, want to uplift and give my second to transit prioritization. Not only on local streets and roads, but also on the state highway system. We've done some good work with the state in helping move some of those priorities forward, but there's a lot more work to be done. including for things like bus on shoulder. So we'd like to see those types of projects advance as part of the slate of recommendations that move out of this task force. So with that, I'll just turn back my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Turner and then Laura.
I tried. Am I reading this right? I mean, this is a good list, but am I reading this right where this is a priority order from sort of top to bottom on this list? Because what I'm looking at is, it seems like there are things that are more directly in our sphere of control than other things. And so I think it would be better for us to focus on some of the things we can control, like decisions by cities. When I see like, demographic shifts or cultural norms, it's sort of a hard thing, to get at. I'm looking at the top part of the list, and that seems to be the things that are more kind of within our sphere of control.
There's two lists. One of them are the things that are directly in kind of transit control, and then the other is the stuff that's more indirect.
Right, okay, so yeah, so I think it's really more important to focus on that first list, because I think those are the things we have more direct control over. But I think the thing we have to keep in mind is a lot of what's happening on our system are things that we don't necessarily have control over. We are all struggling over how to secure our systems, how best to police the system, how best to help our customers. And that's a different kind of discussion wherever you go in the state, but I think everybody's having some form of a safety challenge. And we're all finding ways to address it. We're implementing a layered system, but there are other entities in the state that have more direct control over some of the things that are happening on our system, drug use, homelessness, things like that. And so we've really looked at how we can bring those entities in. So I think I don't really see like a direct safety thing here, but I think it would be helpful to see if we could, that's not a direct ask you for money thing, but if we could look at other systems or services that could help us address the challenges on our system, I think that would be a good thing to look at.
And Michael, I mean, those are the kinds of things that we want to hear here. It's like, what can other agencies of the state do? Where can we have help from things that are outside of transit? That's actually very helpful as part of the feedback.
So let's go on to Laura and then Carl.
Thank you. Thank you for the colorful conversation and introduction to the topic. I think actually Laura Tolkoff with Spur. I think our time as a task force would be very well spent if we got more granular actually in each of these topics and really spent time discussing some of these. And there's a couple of dimensions that I think would be good to really focus in on in that conversation. And one of those, I think, and maybe the primary one, is what is the state's role in each of these things, and how can they be helpful in really turning that curve towards transformation, as opposed to some of the other actors in the system. Maybe not as opposed, but in addition to some of the other actors in the system. And then I think the second kind of part of that conversation that would be helpful is, what for each of these, what is really the end state that we want to get to for these? What is the government capacity that we need for these types of things? And then the third piece of it would be really, what is the model for change over time for this? So what are the legislative changes, the policy changes, the regulatory changes, the money changes, the workforce development changes? What do we need to start doing? What do we need to stop doing? And being really clear and being able to kind of align over a sequence pathway for those things. So my hope is that we will spend a lot more time in coming meetings on these
specific things.
Yeah, and Laura, that's exactly where we're trying to go as we lay these out, make sure we have the right issues on the table so that we can go in more depth to them in future meetings. So, and to get to the very things we were talking about. Let's go on to Carl and then Rashid.
Yes, okay. All right, well, I told some of my peers this, sometimes controversy is my personal brand. So I'm gonna say some things that, especially due to our hosts here within this building, it's not personal, we'll just say that. Okay. It takes us too long to deliver too little, and it's too expensive. And that is to me, probably the largest issue that I have faced over 30+ years in this industry. And Chad, I've told you some of this, so I'm hoping that prepared you a little bit. But we talked about you have change of culture up there. And what I think is there needs to be the change of culture within the state departments that we interact with to become less risk averse or more appropriately risk averse, where there are items of perhaps low risk, pushing those decisions, lower cost, pushing those decisions lower in the organization. I chatted with you, Chad, about this last week, and for over a year, MST has been attempting to get 20 feet of red curb painted on State Highway 183 in Castroville, a rural area of Monterey County. 1 year, still working on it, still trying to get that red curb in. It can take years to get grants approved or reimbursement in rural areas, 5311 grants. So there's process issues. MST was trying to study the feasibility of bus on shoulder along Highway 1 versus a bus rapid transit line. We had to get legislation passed, a 2-year process, to say that we could operate bus on shoulder at some future point, just to even get a Caltrans grant to study process in the first place. 2 years. We've been working with the DMV to try to establish a training program for our own trainers so that we can more quickly train our drivers. We actually built in a parking lot on the former Fort Ord to exact Caltrans or exact DMV specifications, a bus driver training course. We've been working with them for 2 years to attempt to get ourselves certified to run our own training program so that we can hire faster. That bus on shoulder issue that I mentioned you go run through a gauntlet with the CHP. We were never able to even get approval, from that group for bus on shoulder. And I know others have run into that for those few areas that can even have bus on shoulder discussed or allowed to talk about it locally. You run through the buzzsaw of the CHP when there's at least, 9 or 10 other states in the union that have figured it out. States that have much more difficult highway conditions than California. And then I won't talk about coastal because I have a headache. Coastal is another issue. And all of these folks it's not about their vision. It's not about even funding in many cases. We've seen, amazing amounts of funding coming to us, and we see transformative language in the mission statements of CalSTA, of Caltrans, of Coastal, yet the message hasn't seemed to work its way through to the staff level. And I feel like I'm constantly having to remind them of what their own websites have to say about transit and prioritization of transit. So that's where I think a cultural shift needs to occur, is within our own organizations. And again, this is not personal. With regard to another, CEQA has its own issues. SB 288, 90, 922 are good starts. I've been able to personally take much advantage of those changes and improvements, but it's not the end. It's a beginning, not the end. So where we can streamline some of the more egregious parts of our environmental law that are taken advantage by people that have no concern about the environment and don't seem to be concerned how transit improves our environment and is helpful to our environment. There are some bad actors out there that are taking advantage of the system, and we need to find legislative ways or regulatory ways to stop that. With regard to the issue that Michael mentioned about safety, there's an article today that if you'll check out Denver, RTD has identified fear of assault as being the #1 deterrent to receiving new bus driver applicants. People are just afraid to become a bus driver because they're afraid of what's happening on the buses to those drivers. So that's it. Thanks.
That is a great list of things, and I welcome others adding to it. What I would say is that some of the ways to address each of those issues is part of what we will take as homework to bring back in terms of coming back to some of those very same things and proposing policy or statutory or other changes that would support better supporting transit through any of those examples you just gave. Rashidi?
Real quick, and to Michael, you know, I hear 40 and you think that's all. I was 50 when I got my first black belt and 57 when I got my second black belt. So don't give up, man.
Thank you, Carl, for that. Once again, Rashidi Barnes, Eastern Contra Costa Transit Authority. Want to make one real comment for Michael. Under governance and policies, I mean, I know you have board members in there. We all know that's a pain. But I think we need to add MPOs, CMAs, RTPAs. Those also are groups, depending on where you're at in the state, that pull your purse strings. And there are, and Alex, this is not, we're not talking about MTC here, but there are agencies out there, and I've worked up and down the state that inhibit growth. And so I just want to make sure that that's pointed out and we don't lose sight of that.
Thank you, Rashidi. We're gonna go to Ian and then Alex and then Amy.
So to touch on, sure I'm going here. So to touch on the first list, oh yeah, here it is. Or, yeah, that is the second list. I think something that is related to policies, but that is somewhat distinct, that is important, that something we directly control, is the network the planning processes that we go through in the state, particularly in identifying our networks, and then within that, identifying the roles and responsibilities that should be at the state level, building off of what Laura's comment is and identifying what the role is for the state, but also then what the role is for regions and transit agencies. Making that very clear, I think, is one of the things that we could directly help, you know, achieve some of these outcomes. And Seamus and Laura and I were part of a delegation that went to Switzerland and learned in detail how this works at the, you know, from the federal level on down to the equivalent of the county or regional level at cantons to the local transit agency level. And there's a very coherent, I think much of what Switzerland's success is, and we've seen in the packet of some of these really impressive ridership statistics, is there's a statewide planning process for identifying the corridors and the service goals. There's then, you know, a role where there's a handoff with each of the regions or the cantons in that case where it's clear what the level of service planning expectation is. And it's, you know, it's the roles and responsibilities between all of those levels is very clear. There's then funding that, you know, is associated with implementing that plan. And there's alignment between, it isn't that we have an aspirational state rail plan over here, and then we have regional transportation plans over here where the relationship between those things isn't necessarily obvious. And then we have separate agency specific plans over here, you know, that are not necessarily in alignment with the regional transportation plan. I think that this connection between those plans and policies is a big challenge that we have. And I think if we're going to put more money into the system and make a case for that at a statewide level, we need to address the roles and responsibilities and the specific network planning processes that we go through at a statewide level and make sure they're aligned from the state all the way down to the local agency. I think another thing that's not on this list is capacity. And I think this is related to the roles and responsibilities, is having the institutional capacity at the state, regional, and agency level to be able to effectively fulfill these roles and responsibilities. We shouldn't expect every single local agent, I mean, right now, in part because we don't have clarity of roles and responsibilities, a lot of these, the expectation around delivering a seamless customer experience or the innovative fare policies all goes down to the transit agency level. And depending on the size of the transit agency, some transit agencies have the capacity to put together a really well-researched and thoughtful program, and smaller agencies are not able to do that. So building in the capacity, the staff capacity within the levels of government that are needed to deliver on these things is an important element. And I think that brings up hiring practices. That brings up, like, how do you get the skills in order to be able to deploy those things? I think missing from this list is, I mean, culture is on the sort of indirect list, but I agree with the staff culture being as part of what we need to figure out is how do we get the right people within transit agencies, and oftentimes a big barrier is the hiring practices. It's very difficult to go out and find, very specific people with specific skills that are experts in customer experience, or that are from aviation, or they're from, retail, or they're from other sectors, technology, that we make it oftentimes very, very difficult for those people to work in transit, even if they're interested in, let alone being very proactive in trying to go get those people to join this sector. So I think hiring practices should be on the sort of direct list. And very lastly, on governance, I think there's a lot more than what is written here on the topic of governance that is important to address. And I would just add about who serves on governing bodies, and what levels, what responsibilities are accorded to different governing bodies. So many, not all, but many of our California governing bodies are made up of locally elected officials. Especially regional agencies tend to consist of city representatives or county representatives that are all appointed to a regional body, and then they're expected to just start acting as a regional, have the region's interests at heart. And in reality, and that presents a tension, because that's not their primary job, it being a locally elected official, to then all of a sudden be thinking as a region. They're oftentimes not representing the region. So it begs the question, it just, I think, needs to be included within the governance category of enablers, is how do we look at the composition of regional bodies, especially, and the balance of elected officials generally, locally versus regional elected representatives, and the role of potentially appointees and people with subject matter expertise that are not necessarily represented among our elected officials, and also what responsibilities should be delegated potentially not to a high level board, but maybe to a sub-level managerial board that are going to be less political decisions and allow us to put the customer first and not necessarily be so influenced by politics. Sorry for the long list of things, but.
Thank you, Ian. Let's go to Alex, and then Amy, and then Eli.
All right, well, there was a lot in that, Ian, so I'm just taking that all in. Anyways, Alex Bockelman, Metropolitan Transportation Commission. I really want to appreciate the work, and Michael, your delivery of this part of the presentation, because it was very inspiring. I did want to really give a shout out to what you said on the TFL example, because your presentation and context and the wraparound was really important, and it wasn't in the slide deck, really, that it wasn't just about putting more service out, but it was about also the congestion pricing. It was about the fare integration. At least that's what I heard you say. And I think that that's really important and speaks to how important it is to not just look at the things we directly control, but also the indirectly, and that ideally they somehow are going to work together if we're going to achieve our goals. And I also, your white whale example in terms of high frequency network design, I guess one of the things when I was looking at this, I agree we shouldn't be looking at fare box recovery. That's not bold, that's not inspiring. But I do think that sort of at some point you have to look at passengers per hour or passengers per mile or something, because you've got to have people riding the system and not just putting out a lot of service that nobody wants. So I just wanted to call that.
On the workforce, I guess I wanted to link workforce to, the comment about customer service, because when you brought up customer service, I realized a few things. I remembered my BART ride the other day where I had problems with the Clipper card, and MPC is responsible for the Clipper card. So just to be clear, I mean, in part with I had a problem with my Clipper card. I can't believe it. Anyways. And so I had to use my wallet Clipper card because I was in a hurry, and I got to my destination and I went to the kiosk and I said, "Excuse me." And the person turned around and said, "How can I make your day better?" And I was like, "Oh my gosh, this is so nice." It was really, no, it was. I mean, it was really nice. No, I mean, you always get good customer service, but this was beyond, right? Then what happened is the person actually couldn't adjust the fare on a Clipper card. They could just give me a sticker because that's how it works. When you're in Japan, that's not how it works. They can immediately on the spot take care of everything. So that's just not the person's fault, but I think that that's an example where we could do better even when people are doing their best job, because this person was an amazing person, but I think didn't have all the tools to give the customer exactly what would have made everything just more seamless. So too long of a story, but I did appreciate their enthusiasm. And I do want to also call out something that I think is missing and would be a good add. And that is something around, a lot of people have touched on how amazing these transit passes are. And I think having those for school age children, there's lots of pilots, there's lots of examples, but having the state have a bigger investment in that. And I think also for our colleges everywhere, I think that's an opportunity at a time when people to actually change what we're talking about in terms of behavior, in terms of culture, and having people really realize that transit can work for a lot of trips at a time when you haven't yet invested a lot of money into a car and insurance payments and where you're going to live, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that that's something that the state could really lean in on, and I think it could be a win-win also, because again, you have more people on the system that makes it feel safe, et cetera. And then I'm almost done. I guess on this point that Ian was raising about roles and responsibilities between the state and the regions, et cetera, I do think that's something that we really do need to, we may not all have the same agreement about what the roles and responsibilities should be, but I do think right now there is a very big sort of gap in terms of maybe what the state might think is the best approach and what the region's plans say when they have to be financially constrained. And also, just do we all agree about like some of the performance findings of what we should be investing in? I think there is some gaps there, and I think it would be important and healthy to talk about. And then I guess maybe lastly is on here, when I see the zero emission vehicles, it brings that up. We could spend a lot of money with that whole transition, which I guess is a mandate, so we will, but that may be at the expense of more service that could help drive more ridership. And I think we've all talked about that, so I will just end on that note.
Thank you. So let's go to Amy, then Eli, then Bob.
Thank you, Chad. I want to say I really appreciate all the conversation. I've learned so much. I've learned I should have hired Jarrett Walker for our route redesign. I've missed out on a lot of trips to Switzerland. I need to borrow your customer service training because that's an extraordinary story. So congratulations. I don't think I've ever had anybody ask me how I can make your day better, not even my husband. So quite amazing. I just have one comment, and I'm reading that these enablers are in order of, I don't know its importance. I'm not really sure what the technical working group did, but for me and my operation and the people I think I'm representing here, funding is, it has to be number one. And I know we're not supposed to be talking about additional funding, and that's not really what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is funding that's sustainable, predictable, stable, and that we, we'll get an idea that we're getting money and start to put some preliminary plans in place. And then 2 months later, we hear that that pot of money is going away. And that's what we're experiencing right now. And that how can we protect these funds that we're going to need to, clearly create better service. We want to create better service. But if I don't have an idea of what my funding is going to look like next year, and right now I really don't in a very good picture, I really can't plan all of these beautiful, wonderful things that we're going to try and implement. So for me, funding needs to go to the top, and we need to add the word predictable, stable, protected, something along those lines.
Thank you. Eli, let's go ahead and Bob.
Thank you. Eli Littman, Move LA. One enabler that I think is really important to put up there is frankly, sorry to toot our own horn, us. The only way that some of these ballot measures to fund some of these things is going to happen is because of advocacy work, because government agencies can't be in the ballot or have been in the ballot measure industry, but can't advocate for it. And particularly now with the threshold of 2/3, it's very difficult to get that. And these citizens initiatives have to be done by citizens. So I just want to put that out there as an enabler of funding many of the things that we're talking about. And then I would like to talk, I really do think that cultural norms, and I don't mean to disagree with you, Michael, but I do think it's really important to think about, because we do have to think about when we're talking about transformational ridership over generations, we do have to think about who the next generation of riders are. And we are competing with companies with endless marketing budgets and need to sell cars. And I think we have to be in the space where we're also thinking about how we make transit cool and fun and interesting and something that people want to do. And we've been, there is a lot of research that I've been looking at about habit forming. And you have the most likelihood of changing those 80% of people that Jim talked about when they are either haven't formed a habit yet or have broken that habit. So they've changed a job or they've moved houses. And if we can get to people at those points of habit forming, we're gonna be able to transform ridership. Because I think, Jim, you're right. Like at a certain point, there's only so much road or space we can take for transit or service when we have to say, actually, we have to talk to people about their habits and change those habits. And then as the sponsor of the statewide student transit pass program for probably 7 years through 2 gubernatorial vetoes, I thank you for those who brought up student transit passes. I do think, again, this is a point where you have folks who haven't formed a habit yet around how they get around. They don't have that money to expend on a car necessarily. And transit, this is our opportunity to build the next generation of ridership. And so I think that fits within cultural norms, but I do think that we really have to think about, especially when we're looking at timelines of 2045 and what is our long term, we really have to think about like, how do we get to that next generation, form a habit that they cannot break, that is a transit habit.
Thank you. So Bob and then Kate, Laurel, no, okay. So let's go to Kate and then Laurel and then Paul.
Oh, sorry.
So there we go.
We're looking at the riots.
Protest.
Yeah, protests, sorry, not riots.
Yeah.
That's how I work. I lived in Berkeley too long. So I'm gonna talk about a few things, mostly a little bit external, that are ongoing challenges. I just feel like I need to bring up. You know, one is a challenge for all of us, and that is I don't feel like we have like voices that champion transit. You know, there's this circle, there's people that work in transit, but outside of that, we get a lot of bad press. And so we need to be working on our communications, trying to shift that cultural perspective. And part of that has to do with building champions at the legislative level. I often feel when I'm speaking to our leaders, and I'm sure they're all listening to me right now and I'm about ready to say this, but I feel like they think it's a drain on resources, sort of a necessary evil, instead of something that really can be improve mobility for everybody and be a solution to climate change. So I don't know what that communication looks like. Marketing's not my forte, but that should be pretty high up on our objectives as we move forward. The second thing that I think most bus operators deal with, and to a lesser extent rail operators, is just this challenge of working with our city and county jurisdictions on their infrastructure, how much time and effort we have to spend to even identify. I have a jurisdiction, I'm not going to name who it is, but as an anecdote, said we were replacing our bus stops with shelters. They're pretty low profile shelters, but they're better for our riders. And they informed us that we had to talk to the businesses that we were putting them in front of in order for us to be successful at putting our shelters there. It became impossible to get anything done. Also, I have officials that say we have to move stops at their whim, not having anything to do with how that might affect a rider. Challenges with enforcing parking, making it really difficult for loading and alighting passengers. I also, security, that's our security system at the transit system. Hopefully somebody else will deal with it. But the other challenge is just getting, making driving so easy. We need to charge for parking. That should be very low hanging fruit in congested areas. And then finally, I just wanted to comment on, the state could make it easier for us to streamline our processes to access funding. I mean, that we spend so much time, Chad, trying to, 2-3 years goes by. And I know it's not specifically in your area. And a lot of extra processes beyond what the federal government is requiring. And it's just such a time consuming for my staff. I don't have that much staff, and I know I'm not the only system that has to deal with it. So those are some super easy things, and I'll leave it with that.
Super easy.
They are.
No job is too difficult for the one who doesn't have to do it.
Thank you. Let's go to Laurel, and then Juan, and then I think at that point, we're going to wrap and have some closing comments. So go ahead. I have some public comment at the end for items on the agenda.
Great, thanks. Laurel Molina from the Riverside County Transportation Commission. I just wanted to share a little about some of the discussion that came about at our MPO SCAG. They hold a regional transit TAC, Technical Advisory Committee, and in the last TAC meeting, we provided them an update on the transit transformation task force and what we do here, what our purpose is, and what we're going to be doing. COME kicked it off a couple of months ago and provided them with an update, and then this last month I provided them with an update, and the SCAG staff has actually led a survey that they provided to all the transit operators in the region on the questions that we just discussed today. And as I was just kind of browsing through the results that were shared, they're pretty consistent with what we've already discussed. But I just kind of wanted to point out one thing that came out of the meeting as we were discussing it a couple of weeks ago. The question was, what customer service resources should we look into that can transform, transit. And something that I didn't see on the list, but that someone raised was AI, so artificial intelligence. And I thought that was really interesting because it is an enabler. It is indirectly related to transit, but they brought it up because AI can be used not just in terms of the forward-facing interaction with the customer directly, but also the back office, and in terms of helping build staffing capacity. So what was kind of funny was, someone mentioned, oh, well, maybe AI, because as staff, we're asked to attend various meetings, and someone even mentioned, well, there's apps that can just take notes for us now. So I haven't used it yet, but it was a good discussion because AI and just where technology is headed, it is something that can at least address some of like the workforce development issues that we discussed.
Thank you. And my doctor wanted me to tell him that he could use AI to record my, do my doctor's notes the other day. So it's let's go on to Laurel and then Juan.
Thanks, Laurel Prentice-Deacon, Public Advocates. I really appreciate all the comments and want to particularly support workforce being a major challenge, as well as the government capacity, roles and responsibilities between the local, regional, state levels. And I'm particularly wondering how this conversation is going to inform the rest of the process. I don't necessarily see a lot of these topics sort of in these themes for the future meetings, and I'm wondering how the team is thinking about taking these topics and incorporating them into the process to make sure we cover these issues. Thank you.
Juan Matute with the UCLA Institute of Transportation Studies.
So with so I am a big believer in the potential for road prioritization and showing transit users, bus users, that they're respected. To me, it seems like an anomaly that right now state law has preempted in certain communities local zoning where an 18-story building is allowed in a area that's zoned for 5 stories because it is near a transit bus route, and that there is no equivalent preemption to make sure that bus route is operating fast and reliably. But so that is one area of infrastructure. Another that I would suggest adding, perhaps in the area of signage for transit stops, it is enormously difficult for agencies, and Kate mentioned this, to place bus shelters. And so a statewide program for a kit of parts of shelters, perhaps even some engagement, you could probably put AI in the design of these things because there's only certain ways they can be arranged, and you can do ADA compliance and all of that. But with a state process for permitting, so you don't have to go to every business owner and get permission. The default is, hey, there's some riders here. They need a bus stop. And then maybe their local government can make a finding saying, hey, it should probably be across the street because of some other issue. I think that should be a default, that there is a way to put a bus stop relatively quickly in these locations. I know in the metro region, it's so hard to put a bus stop. There's been some press on a innovative bus stop design that didn't require permitting. But a local agency in Los Angeles, I won't name which one, is using some of the associated transit improvement funds for a dog park because they're so undersubscribed on actual transit amenities.
Yeah, lots of friends on that side of the table.
Thank you. Well, on that note, we need to turn it over to Mike Capelli to see if there's any further public comments on. I'll let you give it to
Great, thank you, Chad. So in the room, would anyone like to make a public comment? Seeing no one raise their hand on Zoom, is there anyone who'd like to make a public comment?
There are no raised hands.
Thank you, Rachel. There are no more public comments. We move on to the next agenda item.
Well, great. No, really appreciate the conversation today. I think it was really helpful, very informational. A lot for us to think about and take back. I will say that a lot of the topics that did come up today where we didn't have as much of the opportunity to really dive into it. These are going to be different topics that we'll bring back to our technical working group as well. So those will be used. I think we have a meeting on May 29th for the technical working group. And then want to remind everyone that our next task force meeting will be in the Bay Area on June 17th. So just some of the comments, Laurel, to your point about, what was discussed today, not seeing that in the future agendas. So we are at the point where we're done with a lot of, again, the stage setting of where kind of what the current situation looks like. What are some of those challenges? What are some of those enablers that we need to focus in on? So even though it's not necessarily explicit in the rest of kind of that arc of the next series of meetings, definitely those topics will come up. That's intended to just be a rough framework of kind of where we are. So for our next meeting, just in between, there's a few things that we'd like you all to think about. And I think some of that feedback in between meetings has been really helpful, just to make sure that we can structure the agenda in a way it's going to really hit these topics and really be impactful to keep us driving forward. So you see behind me a few things that we do want you to focus on. So levels of types of service required to meet those outcomes that we talked about today. We completely understand that it's very hard to focus on kind of priorities 1 through 8, going through. Everything's important, everything has context and nuance. But definitely if there's additional thoughts that you have about what was discussed today, please share that with us. That can go into the metrics, discussion, into the goals. But I think a couple other things that came up that were really interesting to me were things such as, the connectivity piece with respect to availability, and then really thinking about density and destinations and how that can drive a lot of the discussion, versus kind of staying higher level, which we kind of came into this meeting with, thinking about kind of urban versus rural or suburban. So I think those are some things that we'd love to get your feedback on. But yeah, I think as we move forward, I'm really excited for where this group's going to go. Do want to just again thank everyone for their participation, and we will continue to build out agendas and look forward to seeing you all in June. So really appreciate everyone joining us today. We want to actually give just one last thanks to Michael and Mike for a great presentation today.
Just one more thing, before we lose it all, as you're making your travel plans to come to the Bay Area, we're gonna try to organize another ride along beforehand, so just expect more information from that. But thanks for those of you who came out to the one here, but we're gonna hope to do that as you make your travel plans for the Bay Area.
Thank you.
Brilliant.
I just had a long conference that we love you, but it's time to pull off these things. Don't forget your love. I thought the last part was actually highly impressed with that. I was like, I have lots of feedback on the earlier parts, and I mean, there were great points made, but I was like, all right, at this point I got nothing. This list looks really good. We maybe could argue over where things go, but like the list